greatest chess minds in the world have arrived in Germany, where the historic city of Munich will host the second leg of the FIDE Women's Grand Prix. Former world champions, rising stars and the finest players of their continents will fight for a total prize pool of €80,000. Local fans will be cheering for two home heroes on show, Elisabeth Paehtz and Dinara Wagner, both looking to win the title for the host nation. Join our live show every day between the 2nd and 13th of February from 3 p.m. Central European Time. Your hosts for today are Grandmaster Stefan Kindermann and Women International Master Veronika Exler.
Hello, welcome to the 10th round of the FIDE Women's Grand Prix here in Munich. Next to me is Grandmaster Stefan Kindermann.
And International Master from Austria, Veronika Exler.
And we are super excited because this is the second last round. And today we have the very important game between Alexandra and Humpy. They are playing for the win in this tournament. And at the moment, Alexandra is leading with 1 point. But the problem is, if Humpy wins and in the end both players have same points, then there comes this tie-break regulation, which means the player with most blacks during the tournament will actually win this tournament. And this is good news for Humpy because she had more blacks in this tournament. Yeah, so we will see what will happen, but first of all have a look at the results from yesterday. We had so many exciting games. We saw Zhansaya winning her first game against Dinara, a draw between Mariya and Harika. Zhongyi won against Anna. Nana drew against Alexandra. Humpy won a very important game against Elisabeth. And Alina won against Jiner. So have a look at the rankings. So yes, Alexandra Kosteniuk is still in the lead with 7 points. But then there is Humpy with 6 points. Then we have Nana with 5 and also Zhongyi with 5. So still something is possible also for Nana and Zhongyi. Yeah, and then we have Mariya, Dronavalli and Elisabeth with 4.5. Alina, Jiner and Zhansaya with 4. Anna with 3.5 and Dinara with 2 points. So what to expect from today's pairings? We see Dinara will fight against Alina. Elisabeth will fight against Jiner, Alexandra will fight against Humpy, Zhongyi will fight against Nana, Harika will fight against Anna, and Zhansaya will fight against Mariya.
Yeah, but of course the game of Alexandra against Humpy, this is really the showpiece of the round, because this might decide the tournament. But beware, also the other top games are interesting very much, because it's important to collect points for the total rankings of the 4 Grand Prix tournaments, as the 2 players with the most points, they will qualify for the candidates. So this means any point here made in this tournament might mean, in the end, with a bit of luck, that you are qualified in the end to play for the World Championship.
And of course, there's also a lot of prize to make. So more points you have, the more money you will get.
Of course.
So have a look at the most important game of today. Alexandra against Humpy. And we see some Spanish.
Yeah, interesting. This is the became a bit fashionable lately again, the open variation of the Spanish. The Roy Lopez. And this is a very unusual move, because in this moment nearly always black plays this main line of the open Spanish, starting with lots of theory, but I guess there are some lines when white basically can force a draw or get some very drawish positions. So this unusual move, Bishop e7, seems to indicate to me that Humpy is out for a real fight, and I must say I have no idea what's the theory after this. It looks a bit weird. White can take in e5, d takes e5, white might consider pawn to d5, I think might consider rook e1. But on the other hand, if you're not prepared for this, to find over the board the right way isn't an easy task. What would be your intuitive choice Veronika.
I really have no idea here. But I think I would just take the e5 pawn and have a look what Black was planning here in this position.
Yeah, but d takes e5 is right the first committal decision, because after knight c5, at least you have to part with the bishop pair. And then this already seems something like a small success for black, and the engine thinks that in this case black has already fully equalized. So it's not easy. I mean, I think rook e1 is a candidate and d5 are the candidates. And here's the question. I don't think black can play d5 here, because knight takes e5. They seem to remember some strange lines here. They are very complicated. And here, and this is very unpleasant for black. So this means after rook e1, black cannot play. Maybe black can play b5 now. I don't know.
I would go for b5 if this is possible.
I see.
But I don't think so. You think so?
Hard to say. On bishop b3 now to go d5, or now to play d5. Now's the question here then. Yeah, maybe here white has played compared with the main line of the open Spanish that we just looked. White has rook e1 and black bishop e7. And this might be a quite good change for black compared with the main line. And the third alternative being, of course, white playing d5, but maybe this is not so dangerous for black. If black just moves her knight anywhere. The engine even likes it for black. I just don't know where to go to a7 or b8 or. Okay, let's say a7.
No, I think b8.
Okay, b8.
And then b5, later d6, and then knight to d7, b6 or something like this.
But maybe now again knight c5 is an option. And then and then short castle and finishing the development with tempo. So this probably also should be okay for black. Okay, but Alexandra thinking, so this indicates this might have been a good opening choice by Humpy. So okay, let's maybe first take a look at the other games, but it's interesting for sure.
We have the game between Zhansaya and Mariya, some Sicilian.
Oh yeah, this is an interesting line of the Russell Limo.
Do you know something about this?
Yes.
Okay, good. Okay.
Yeah, here this Rosolimo is a very fashionable alternative since many years to the main lines with third move d4. Because in many lines it seemed, at least for some time, that white gets a slight pull, but without the risks that are involved in the open variation. And besides the move g6, which was the main line for many years, also the move e6 turned out as one of the very fighting move for black. Also Magnus Carlsen has played it in several games, or Boris Gelfand. Now white has a choice. He can immediately change in c6, which was the main line for many years. But nowadays this line that was played here was now to play d4, cd, knight d4. Now white has got obviously the better development, but on the other hand, the black has quite a flexible pawn structure, plays queen b6, forcing white to make some kind of decision. Takes in c6, e takes c6 is mostly played. And now white gets some kind of Maroczy bind here, restricting the black center. And white has got some spatial advantage, but black does have a flexible position, and I think it's considered to be slight advantage for white, but to be fully playable for black. I mean, this is a line that black players usually choose if they want to play for a win with black pieces, because it's positionally quite double-edged. I don't know, I think Usually black tries some setup with e5 and d6. But you have to be aware because this bishop e3 and c5 move, if white succeeds to push this through, then the black position might become very cramped. But I'm pretty sure this is still theory here.
Okay, have a look at the other games.
Oh,
Whoa,
what's this?
so many moves played already. We
I
have.
think you're a specialist in the Alapin.
I will have a look. So this is the game between Elisabeth and Jiner, and yeah, I'm happy about Alapin.
And also it seems to me that Elisabeth in this tournament was preparing lots of very sharp and a bit unusual offbeat opening lines.
Mhm.
And this might be one of them. And also bishop f5 is very unusual, I think.
Yes, this is a move I never faced in a game.
Normally black here plays e6 or sometimes bishop g4, but bishop f5 is very...
Yeah, there's also knight f6, bishop g4. I mean, there are many possibilities, but this move I never faced in a game, as I said, yeah.
maybe it's a bit quick because after bishop e3, but the c5 is hanging. So I mean, of course, usually black doesn't want to change in d4 because then after cd,
Sorry, here instead. You mean already here?
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah, because white will get a tempo with knight c3, and this can be a bit dangerous for black.
Yeah.
So black tries to keep the tension to restrict the white knight.
Yeah, and of course there are sometimes these lines where you take here, and I tried it often in my games, but not very well. This is very difficult to defend this pawn.
Yeah, usually knight g4 is coming.
Yeah, many annoying moves actually. So later on I need to protect it with b4, then there's always a5, and everything here gets attacked, and my king in the center, and these black pieces are very active, and also sometimes then g6 and then bishop, not now, but later, and
Well,
then attacking here.
Yeah, I'm sure the line starts with knight g4 and then some knight g4 and b4, as Veronika said. And here, white gets an extremely ugly structure if black takes here. But on the other hand, white is a pawn up here with this pawn block, like in some Slav defenses with colors reversed.
But this is really not easy to play, and I lost many games. That's why I decided not to take this pawn anymore.
So knight a3, this is also a typical way in this Alapin Sicilian to activate the knight with some ideas to go to b5 or sometimes go to c4.
Yeah, one idea is if black takes here, then knight to b5, and then you want to take with the knight. That's actually the idea behind knight e3. But yeah, on the other hand, also bishop c4, of course.
But it's interesting that Elisabeth seems to be extremely well prepared because this bishop f5 move, I never saw it before. But still it seems that Elisabeth is absolutely in her preparation. This is quite impressive.
Maybe Jiner played it already.
Maybe.
We don't know this, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, take e5.
Interesting.
It still seems to be preparation. Interesting. I haven't seen this before
Well,
yet.
maybe too quick for our spectators and for me as well.
So what do you want to check?
No, here just to understand because what's going on. Because normally knight c4 is not exactly the automatic move because afterwards two pieces are hanging. I mean, so it's...
Yeah, but the idea is queen e2.
Yeah, but maybe not everybody can see it as quickly as students.
Sorry.
Yeah, because at the first moment it seems, if you wouldn't know that it's probably prepared, that it totally went wrong for white because the bishop is attacked, and if the bishop has to move, then black would take this with disastrous effects. So white has to play knight c4, but at first sight it seems this doesn't work because after a move, let's say like queen b5.
Queen d5, as in the game?
Yeah, one queen b5, for
Okay.
example, in the first moment one would think that black is losing a piece now, but now white has got queen e2 and protecting the knight and pinning the e-pawn.
And the queen is bad placed on b5 because now we also have the threat of knight to d6
Yeah, exactly.
here. So this is why she went for queen d5. And now queen e2, and I think f6 is also...
Yeah, wait a moment, so quick.
Yeah, but instead of f6, what do you want to play?
Oh, well, I mean, g2 is hanging, and I mean, one might consider it for a moment. I mean,
Are
probably
you
it's
crazy?
probably it's bad for black, but I mean,
I just castle?
yeah, of course, but still, it's not only a pawn, but also the structure is ruined. I mean, it's
No, I'm so happy with white here. You really believe in this?
I did not say I believe in this, but one should consider it for a moment. And I'm sure if you would have this position in a game, you would think a long time about it, because if it goes wrong, then you are busted. But of course, white has such huge development. I mean, probably something with rook g1 and f4, or maybe even sacrificing e5. Then.
I want to sacrifice on e5.
Yeah, I mean, then of course, it wouldn't be a surprise if it works, but how much time you would use in the game before you sacrifice in e5?
Not too much, because I think this is really winning.
Okay, that's possible. The engine doesn't totally agree.
I wanted to start with the bishop, but I don't know if this makes any difference.
It's just a bit worse.
Okay.
Because probably black can play queen g5 check.
Queen g, yeah.
So that's, I mean, at least one should think a moment about it, because it's because maybe also some of our spectators wouldn't understand it in the first moment. I'm not sure that the sacrifice is the right way to go. Maybe it's something hard to break up with f4.
Yeah, maybe first I need rook g1 and then f4.
Yeah, that's what I mean. But after rook g1, of course, the queen might take on h2 and then...
Oh, I wanted to take with the d rook.
Yeah, that's probably the reason. On the other hand, then the queen can fall back to d5, so it's... I mean, just to show the problems, it's not... The queen falls back to d5 and then there's no more sacrifice.
f4.
Maybe even e4, it's...
e4.
Maybe I don't like it very much, but... No, I don't think this... Okay, but I mean, just to show that if you're not prepared for this, then it's absolutely not automatical, and I would be afraid with white, because if it doesn't work out, if the sacrifice doesn't work out here, then it's
Let me find something interesting for white.
No, for sure there are lots of interesting moves, but then rook h g1 would be the normal move, but I did not see exactly the refutation of queen takes h2 then. Maybe we can trap the queen then. And then bishop e3 maybe, because then the queen is kind of cut off then. But it's not absolutely obvious in my in my view.
And if I'm playing positionally with queen e3, now I want to take on a7 and also go for f4. Or do you already play bishop e7? Then?
Would be the normal reply, but of course there are lots of other moves. Retreating the queen and attacking the knight on c4 and... Okay, I mean, it's not necessary to really go deep into these variations, but I just want to hint that if you're not prepared here, I mean, I would spend very much time with white for this, because if queen takes g2 works, in this line, then and there's no sacrifice on e5, and you don't see how to implement f4, then you're pawn down, and black has a beautiful center.
I don't know, somehow I just don't believe that this is good for black, so in a game I would also like it.
Okay, so you would not use up much time, you would just play it and believe in your intuition.
Yes. And then after castling f6, okay, then I really need to think.
I was at here first taking g2, and well, it's quite interesting. Yeah, I think the right way goes somehow prepare f4, but then...
So what about queen e3? Now you go for bishop e7 or what? Okay.
Yeah, or maybe first retreat with the queen here is also interesting. I don't know what's the right way, but definitively the engine doesn't like it. Maybe rook h g1, because...
Okay.
Some of this
Take
feels.
on h2.
Yeah, this has to be refuted, because if the queen retreats now and we can play f4, then we are very happy. But yeah, my feeling is that this pawn is not so important in this
Oh,
position.
now I have an idea. Queen g4. Okay, this is maybe not working.
I thought
I'm
about
not
now
so
simply to play
sure.
bishop e3 then to...
And you want to win the queen.
Yeah, now I have some interesting moves with queen g4, for example. And maybe afterwards trapping the black queen. Yeah, this is what the engine likes. And also the black bishop cannot move now because this is hanging. The long castle looks strange because a7 is hanging. This looks quite good then.
Yes.
No, but just want that our spectators appreciate even more the depth of the preparation, because to play this without preparation on any side is something like suicide nowadays. As I quoted, if nowadays you play without the preparation against another one who has done homework, this is like a fight when you are fighting with a wooden pole against somebody with a samurai sword. I mean, the better fighter still can win, but the odds are clearly very much against you if the players are of equal strengths. Okay, so for probably these reasons, Jiner did not take in g2, but most probably because she was still in a preparation. If you look at the time. Short castle. This is okay because. Would you play the short castle here? This comes a bit of a surprise for me, but. At least you won't have to worry about g2 anymore.
I don't know.
Interesting. Yeah, but obviously it's preparation, so it must be good. Well, times are over, and in former times, sometimes also just before the engines, also sometimes the preparation was bad. But in this nowadays, of course, this is not very, very probable. But on the other hand, even if you have a preparation that is basically correct and the engine shows you clear advantage, but sometimes you land in positions where you have to find a series of moves that are totally superhuman. So it doesn't help you at all that objectively your position is better, because you will not find the moves. Now this is interesting, because the black structure is really super nice. If black can consolidate, then she will be extremely happy. So everything will focus around the question whether white can break up the black center with f4. And so the first question being, why not to play f4 instantly?
e4, is this possible?
No, but
Then
f5.
f5.
Maybe rook c8. But it's interesting because f4 looks like the absolutely automatic move here. I think as mentioned, this in f5 I think is
Queen
very...
c6 was my idea.
Yeah, but queen h5 check, and
Yeah.
I think this black will not survive then. Yeah, this is very bad for black. Interesting. Probably black has to give the pawn somehow, maybe castle and... Or maybe rook c8 now. b5. Yeah, maybe this the idea, because if you have to move the knight, then you lose a bit of the pressure against e5 then.
Yeah, but as she played rook e1 and then f4, so it's still possible, but the difference is black has castled already.
Yeah, of course, it's strange. I would think that only with f4 immediately you keep the momentum of the game, because it's not clear that after fe the rook is absolutely best on the e line. As we said, in some lines, maybe some f5 later.
Yes.
Interesting. So the yeah, now as we already discussed in some other games, it's in such long theoretical lines, it's the psychologically interesting moment. Who is the first to go into the think tank? Because it's usually the one whose preparation has ended first, and this usually is not the best sign. And here it seems that Jiner is
Yeah, I think
in
so
the think
too.
tank first. So would you prefer the white position here?
Yeah, yeah, for sure. I guess now rook c8.
Mm-hmm. That's what I also think. Yeah, but still, while I'm usually pessimistic, and I would be afraid that I won't find a good square for my knight, and a2 is hanging in the end. But okay, maybe I'm too pessimistic.
It's a really interesting position.
Because if you retreat to some stupid square with your knight, then I don't think that white is better at all. So I guess there's some tactical solution.
Oh, really? I would move to d2 and then f3 and attack e5 again.
Yeah, that
Okay,
looks a
but
bit
then
clumsy.
there's
But
also bishop d6, yes.
and I might even consider just taking in a2, and then it's hard to see a reason why white should be better. Okay, but it must be because the engine likes white quite a lot, so it's not too much. But I guess there must be a tactical solution for white. But I think it's important to show some of these lines, because it just shows how concrete and sharp they are. Because if you just play over the game, then you think, oh yeah, everything nice and smooth, and if you don't see the variations behind it. And now as white, if I would not know the theory, I would be a bit nervous. As I said, because if you have to move the knight to some stupid square, and I don't think you want to play b3.
Not?
Because then...
Yeah, but still.
Maybe.
I think I would go for b3.
Okay.
Because then also b5 is hanging.
I would be afraid that c3 is weak, but as I said, I'm usually more pessimistic. Yeah, this is an interesting psychological feature, that usually I overestimate the position of my opponent and underestimate my own position. But in the moment, if you know this, if this is clear to you, then I know that at first I take my evaluation and then I add some points to it. Oh, b3, I don't know. Maybe, but...
And now knight d2, I think.
I don't know, somehow knight d2 looks a bit clumsy to me, but maybe you're right. Because if you have to move the bishop afterwards, then you will lose c3 and then... Okay, but still there's this pin on the e-line, because even if the black king is moving, so it's maybe not so disastrous. But it's very interesting, very sharp opening.
Yes, it is.
I don't know.
Can I try this move? I was thinking about e6 to protect both.
But not very dynamic, I don't know.
Do you want to sacrifice?
I was more thinking to move my queen now, I don't know where exactly to.
Okay.
To a6 or c6 or...
Then c6.
Because I don't think I want to double take in e5. If I double take in e5 and then bishop f6 in the end, I would think that black is better if somebody...
Oh no, I don't want to double take here. I was thinking about something like this, but I'm not sure. Because you can take here.
Oh yeah,
I
then
can take here.
you get a nice pawn on c3, so
it's difficult.
Now just to show what would be my fears with white. If I would take now with bishop bishop e5, knight e5, queen e5 and something like, or maybe check even on c5, also interesting. Sacking a pawn, but also this here, I mean. And the bishop will be very strong in this position. I think only black can be better here.
Queen e6 and then knight e4, but yeah, as you said.
Then you run maybe in a pin in the d-line, I mean, a change and rook fd8 and...
No.
Ooh, very dangerous.
If you don't know this position, then it's really tough.
Yeah, I think this is interesting for spectators just to show, because we both don't know the variation, and if you don't know it, then you also easily can be worse with white. It's not automatical. And yeah, but here Jiner says, I guess she's thinking whether to play rook c8 or maybe b5 instantly. But it's interesting that the engine likes white. I mean, I don't know, my feeling yeah, white has a great development, and usually there are some tactical tricks with such a good development. But the problem being, if you don't find them, then it doesn't help you so much. Okay, we spent a lot of time here, but I think it's also a very interesting position.
Yes, it is. Okay, this from yesterday. And we have Dinara against Alina.
Chebanenko's love. This was also one of my loves some time ago, and we also analyzed it together. You remember?
Yes.
Yeah, this Chebanenko. This Chebanenko's love. This is a fascinating, fascinating development of a Moldavian chess trainer who's named Chebanenko, and he really. I think it was something in the 80s, 90s that he developed quite a set of opening systems, really totally fresh opening systems that at first sight in those days many players did not believe in them and thought they're a bit strange. And it's, of course, this move a6 just to give a tempo in the opening. Somebody like Viktor Korchnoi dubbed it as a mistake a6. He said it's a ridiculous move in this because it's just says to white, okay, I give you a move for free. But it's absolutely not true. This a6 move does have lots of interesting ideas in some moment to take here and expand on the queen side, or in some moment to take and cling to the pawn. And as white changes on d5, also in many lines it's important here to control the square b5. So this Chebanenko's love is still those days from this Moldavian chess trainer has shown very much vitality and lives till today. And white here is Dinara is taking a very restrained, slow approach against it. Yeah, that's also one point of the Chebanenko, to prepare the development of the bishop. So then you must not be afraid of queen b3, because then later, if white, because there's many lines, if black moves the bishop, in many lines black can either play b5 or sometimes also rook a7 to protect the pawn relatively comfortably. And this is the basic dream setup of the Slav defense. You develop the bishop and play only then e6 and say, okay, then, because otherwise the bishop would be very passive on c8. And here, I mean, in similar constellations here, I don't know exactly, is the only way to fight for an advantage with white in some moment to play knight to h4. But here with b3 played, this looks a bit strange, but to fight against this bishop. But here maybe black can just allow white to take it and play some active stuff. I don't know, bishop b4 or whatever. And yeah, it's interesting because and already Dinara spent quite a lot of time. So this indicates that she's not in her opening preparation. And so far the tournament was really unlucky for Dinara, but on the other hand, in my view, she's shown her quite a big potential, because concerning her strategic approach in the game, she really outplayed lots of her opponents in quite convincing way. And just in time pressure, she overlooked some tactics. So if she can get some better time management and maybe improve her tactical vision, although I'm not even sure that it's about the tactical vision, maybe it's just only about the time management, then she has chances really to come into the top elite. And here knight e5, I mean, this is a known move, but combined with b3, this looks a bit strange to me.
Yes.
Somehow this idea with knight e5 and some hints to some very sharp g4 ideas. But then b3 is a bit slow. But I must say I don't really like it. And now black has a choice to play either standard move h6 to have a nice square in h7, or if black is not afraid of g4, she might just play knight b to d7. And now this would become very concrete here. The engine likes it a lot for black.
I also like it with black.
So, But of course it's a concrete question, because knight takes e5, g takes f5. This might be quite okay for white. Well, black can also play bishop to e4. There's some fun lines. I don't know whether it works, but let's say we play bishop e4, and if white tries to refute it, this might be quite dangerous for him. After knight takes e5 and something maybe even like knight takes g4. Probably doesn't really work. My idea was after
Queen
here
h4.
some strange fun line here was. Knight f2 in the end, probably. But just to show, the position looks seemingly innocent, but then in a moment it can explode. And of course, white is not forced after knight bd7 to play g4. But if white does not play sharply with g4, then this knight exchange is nice for black then.
Yeah, I think her idea was to go for g4 here.
But of course this is very risky, because white basically lost the move with b3, and it might even be that b3 is weakening if a black bishop is coming to b4 then. And I think bishop e4 might be a good move then. Because if she takes, and now you already see that b3 is not a nice move for white, because here this check, and at some moment queen is coming, and it might be already in very early stage that white is getting problems. Maybe Dinara mixed up the lines somehow, I don't know. This combination of b3 and knight e5 is really kind of strange. And if she does not play sharply with g4 but changes here, I think then, well, of course still white is very solid, and play bishop e2, bishop b2, short castle. But this of course is everything that black usually dreams of. Of course this white can have, but
I'm happy with black.
Yeah, as an old Slav player, of course, I would like it with black. And alpha goes 0 now, of course, would immediately attack now with h5. In the old times, you would just play a short castle and trying to equalize with knight e4 and so on. Okay. Maybe take a short look, because this was very exciting here, this opening. The bishop e7. It's interesting. She played d takes e5, and we saw that after knight c5 that this looks quite nice for black. Now she took in c6. This is also a strange decision.
Is it now some kind of Berlin defense?
Yeah, that's strange. But here black has the option to take back with the bishop on d8. Don't think this can be any good for white.
No.
Because now, while white did not play it, but if you take here, some kind of improved Berlin defense with bishop d8. Well, okay, maybe one might argue that white can play instantly bishop g5. But still the structure, maybe now bishop g4 or something, or bishop f5, I don't know. But this is quite nice for black then.
Yeah, such a nice Berlin defense.
Yeah, very strange. Well, maybe it happens sometimes because Alexandra is in this difficult psychological situation that a draw doesn't guarantee her first place in the tournament, but brings her very close to it, and is maybe starting to play too passively in such situations. Well, maybe she thought that now the d-line will give black some headache. But
bishop g4 and h5, and then also later queen c8 and queen f5 or something.
But the engine likes it. The engine likes it, but now it might get quite sharp, because with the two bishops, if black can finish her development in a harmonious way, then black will be pretty happy. So white has to do quickly something about the development advantage. Play maybe, but I would hate after short castle to play this move g4, then, because this is it's interesting. I don't know why the engine likes the white position so much. I would think that black is pretty fine here.
Yeah. And was it a good idea to go to h5? Because I'm not sure if maybe this diagonal is better.
But where would you like to go then?
I don't know yet.
I mean, the problem with bishop f5 is then rook d1 and knight d4 might be unpleasant.
Yeah, same after bishop e6.
And I mean, bishop h5, this is very ambitious. I mean, if it works out, then it's really nice for black. But I guess that white has to play very sharply here if he wants to punish it, maybe to start with. Okay, I hate to do this move, I'm sorry. And now to go something with the idea to play rook d1, and if the black queen goes to c8, and now something with knight d4, and trying with f4, f5 really too. But it's very risky, of course. If it goes wrong, then you have ruined your position totally.
Yeah.
But I don't think I would do it in a game, but if not, well, of course, white can just play some development moves. But if white plays slowly, then this bishop, this is pretty unpleasant here, I think. And black has quite good perspectives. But the engine likes white.
Knight c3.
Yeah, probably short castle.
Okay, we can have a look. Castle. Just bishop f4.
Yeah, of course this can be played, but
You're not happy with.
no. Knight e6 maybe, and in some good moment black can dream, not yet, after some preparation, to attack in the f line. Of course this will take some preparation, because in the moment it's a bit shaky, but Humpy looks quite happy.
Yeah, this Berlin defense would also make me happy.
So why don't you play it more? I mean this type of Berlin
Yeah,
defense
this time.
not in general.
Oh, now I remember this move with bishop e7. Wow, this took very long. I was also analyzing this move because of this line where you can get into Berlin defense, like we just saw in the game. Oh, it's just such a long time ago I analyzed this. Yeah, so this is very clever setup for black with bishop e7. But here, of course, you shouldn't go for this.
No, I think rook e1. I think
Yeah,
this must
and
be
that was the
critical move.
problem why I, in the end, didn't play it.
Or maybe queen e2 also, some of these moves then.
Yeah, I think it was with queen e2.
Yeah, maybe this is more accurate.
I think it was this move. It was one of these moves, and that's why I didn't like it so much, because now I would have had to play some kind of Spanish setup, and yeah, I don't know what to do with.
Yeah, after d5, now knight takes e5, and
Yeah, I know. I can't remember this line, but this was the problem why I didn't want to play it.
yeah, as I said in the beginning, we both didn't like the move d takes e5.
Yeah.
But as I said, still the engine likes it for white. So, no, sorry, this was not a game, I guess. Because g4, this is really a move if you're not in your preparation.
Yeah.
I mean, this is the sharpest approaches. We just look g4, rook g4, and rook d1, knight d4, and then trying with f4, f5, really to run over black. But I don't think it will work so smoothly. And if you don't do it, I wouldn't be sure how to set up my pieces.
Okay, have a look on this.
Knight
We
c3,
just analyzed
castle.
this, and now bishop f4. Now I want to know what is your idea. Knight e6 immediately?
Maybe I'll first play the queen somewhere, I don't know what. Okay, let's say knight e6. Probably a first rook d1, otherwise knight d4 will be unpleasant.
Yes, good idea.
No, knight takes
Or not?
f4.
No.
Yeah, but
Okay,
then
it's
it's too
not so
early.
easy. Wait.
They probably have to first play rook d1.
Rook d1.
But I guess you would like the other rook on d1. But okay.
Yes, but I want to double anyway. It It's weird that the engine thinks it's good for white.
Mm-hmm.
I believe in black.
Yeah, also I would be unhappy on the black side. I hate this type of pins.
And now there's also queen f5 later.
Mm-hmm. If g4 doesn't work.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe just black has a small coordination problem with queen and knight, so this is...
Mm-hmm.
But I also wouldn't know how to proceed with white here. Because if you don't play g4, then it's very difficult to untangle. I don't see it. There must be some technical trick, because with normal means... Maybe now bishop f4, but now queen
Then
f5.
queen
then
f5 with tempo.
Bishop e3.
Bishop e3, okay.
But
Now I wanted to exchange one rook, then maybe queen e8, exchange the other rook and go for this endgame, and this pawn can be weak.
yeah, I mean, I agree. I like the black position.
Good version of Berlin defense.
Well, okay, with Berlin with queens on, this is anyway probably different. Different story, but yeah, but it seems was a very good opening choice by Humpy.
Mm-hmm.
And surely she prepared something against the dangerous moves as well. I mean, instead of d takes e5, queen e2, rook e1. I seem to remember some very weird lines there, but I don't know it because I don't have it in my repertoire, neither with white nor with black. Yeah, probably queen e2 would be my also one of my first instincts here. No, I mean, normally d5 would be the move, but I don't know exactly how to deal with knight takes e5. Depends whether bishop d7 is playable, but it looks very suspicious. Looks like something will happen on the on the E-line. Sorry, I've got a slight cough. So. Maybe just holding for black, but doesn't look too attractive. No, it's much better for white compared with the game, because here's white is surely slightly better without problems.
Yes.
That's strange. Maybe there's something better for black after queen e2, but what? Knight d6 to give this tempo looks strange. Now I seem to remember, maybe it's b5 now. Is this possible? It also looks very weird. Yeah, as I seem to remember there were some very strange lines now. So queen takes e4, b takes a4, and some very strange things happening. And only after if white goes bishop b3, then you go d5, and then you get relatively good version of the open Spanish. With bishop e7 being more useful than...
Yeah, I think it's this line.
And but of course these are also... these are very weird... or can black play d5 now?
I think d5 first.
Okay. Yes, and then take in a4.
Yes.
Interesting.
I think I remember now.
Oh, yes. Yeah, but I can understand that Alexandra is thinking now this is moment of big decision. If she plays some standard way somehow, then the risk is that black gets even slightly better position without any big trouble, just developing and with the strong bishops. And if she goes for a very sharp approach with rook d1 and g4, and if this backfires, then she will feel very bad. I don't know. What would you do here with white?
Playing calm.
Okay.
With knight c3, yeah. No, I don't want to go for g4. It's too risky in this part of the tournament.
Yeah, but if you fall into a slightly worse position, it might be also risky.
But Alexandra, she knows how to cope with this.
Okay. Okay, so let's look on the next games.
Yeah.
But very good opening choice by Humpy, for sure.
Yeah, we discussed this. And we have Zhongyi against Nana. It was English again.
Oh, we didn't see this game at all so
No,
far.
not yet.
Shame on me. Some symmetrical English, turning to some symmetrical Tarash. Yeah, this usually leads to quite interesting play. And also here the move of the a-pawn is quite interesting for white. Because if black changes in d4, then this structure with isolated pawn, this a3 move is very useful. Because usual also. Because if black takes here, then quite often the stabilizing maneuver for black here is knight b4, d5. So this is prevented by the small move a3 is quite important. And if black would play too early the bishop to e7, then white would take the tempo here to go here. So there's this funny kind of waiting game. And white now decides. Now black is d1 with the isolated pawn. Of course, still the pawn is taboo, because in the end, after take, I would lose the queen here with bishop takes b4 check. Yeah, this is interesting, typical position with isolated pawn. This is a type of position that I always found very difficult to play for both sides. Because the tricky thing is usually the position, they look kind of quiet, classical, but in truth they're extremely tactical. Each very small detail can totally shift the balance to one side or the other. It took me quite a time to understand this. I usually try to play it in the standard way, and this mostly backfired totally.
Mm-hmm.
You have to be very accurate in this types of position.
With both sides.
Mm-hmm. With both sides, yeah. Usually black does have some chances for kingside attack or some tactical chances, and white tries to prevent this and play for some nice endings with a square on d4. But this is the theory about it, it's practice. b5.
This is surprising for me.
Very surprising.
Is this a good move? I don't know. I didn't expect this move at all.
Okay, if some chess student of mine would propose this move, I would say, no, go back to elementary school. This is just weakening your queen side. And to knight on c6. But of course, Nana is a very strong grandmaster, so b5 is very... Well, let's say what is the standard approach. I mean, standard approach in my view would be, for example, to play rook c8 and then queen b8, queen d6. This is a typical way here to put up some threats here. Maybe then bishop g4. White would have to play g3. The bishop shifts to the other diagonal.
Mm-hmm.
So this is some standard setup. But as I said, standard play is very dangerous in this. Our other standard setup would be queen e7 and put the rook to d8. But maybe she was, I can only understand this move b5, that she's afraid of this b5 move of white. So let's say if I play rook c8, then maybe that she was afraid of b5 then. Which although I don't fully understand, because I think after, this shows one of the advantages of a rook c8. And I would think that black is pretty fine here. b5 is... This is absolutely not standard, must be said, in this isolated pawn positions.
Mm. Also new for me.
Mm-hmm. Okay, but so the question how to proceed, of course, when if white wants, she can immediately play knight to d4. But maybe the problem is now that it's not so easy to arrange these two pieces in the best possible way. If white would succeed to shift, how to get rid of this? If white would succeed to shift this knight to d4, then I guess white would be somewhat better here. But here to regroup this knight is not so easy.
Takes a long time.
Mm-hmm.
b1, d2, b3. And then there can always be something with
Well,
knight
and
to
white,
e4
white,
or
has,
d4.
white has very principled approach now to attack with a4, opening up the queen side and arguing that in the end still you retain a small advantage here. If all the queen side pawns are changed and opening the position at a small advantage, but of course and if white wants to keep more tension, then I guess probably knight d4 is the move. Maybe there's also the idea of b5 to play something with knight e5 here to make use of this square. No, maybe that's interesting. It's very fresh approach, b5 by Nana. And brave, I mean, because if it backfires, everybody would tell her, how can you play b5? How can you play b5? Of course, if she wins, then brilliant idea. It's fantastic. Yeah, interesting. If I want to be on the safe side with white, I would definitely go to a4. And probably all the pawns will be exchanged somehow, and then it's a very small advantage for white. Okay.
There are still other games left. For example, Dronavalli against Anna.
I also didn't see it. I'm so sorry.
Yeah, we have a lot of games.
Oh my god, I'm sorry. I got lost in some interesting variations. You should stop me.
Yes, this time again.
I'm sorry.
We have English again.
Oh, this is bad news, because this is a very sharp and fashionable English line that I don't know at all. So I can't say too much about this. Yeah, this is so far quite a classical main line, and queen b6 is considered to be the most active move against it. But now start some very strange complications. Absolutely no chance to understand this if you don't know the theory. Okay, so far it's still understandable, I guess. And now the best move for some reason is knight fg4. So
Okay.
looks like some beginner's chess. It is extremely sharp then. Yeah, while white has to play e3 and a6, and now some queen a4. Everything is hanging in the air. And here really it depends who's better prepared. And it seems it's Anna.
Yeah, this time it's Anna.
If you look at the time consumption. Look, a7. This move I never saw. Crazy.
I love this game.
Shocking. I said I don't know really this line, but rook a7 definitely I never saw. This I'm sure about.
I just love this.
Well, obviously the idea being if knight takes a7 is probably not so good because of queen takes b2, I guess, and now out of a sudden everything is hanging. rook a7 is funny. Interesting. And now, of course, this is red of a takes b5, so white has to do something. Counter-attack. Because I guess the idea is after a takes b5 to play queen takes b5, I guess so, and after queen b5, knight b5, you regain the material.
Yes, this is what happened in the game.
Okay, crazy.
But now there's a bishop b4, yes?
Well,
oh, it's still funny. Oh,
yeah, the king has
I
to work
love
here,
this
of course,
line.
because this would be hanging. Okay, the rook is attacked, so this is one move we can understand, I guess.
The first one.
Okay, hg4 we can understand. Knight c4 probably we can understand.
Rook c1, yes.
Now it looks dangerous for black in this moment. But, yeah. Okay, let's take stock. So if I count correctly, pawns are equal, no?
Oh, this was so funny. I love this game.
And the engine likes it for black.
And Anna also likes it for black.
Yeah, this I would hate with white pieces if I play some long theoretical line and then worse afterwards. This is quite depressing somehow. But it's, by the way, it's psychologically interesting that I always associate with the side thesis problems. And this seems to be white here in this case.
What to do with our knight? Or do we attack the c4? But this is not so easy. After b3, rook takes a2, king f3. And craziness continues, I guess.
Yeah, then probably knight b6. Bishop d6 maybe.
This is so exciting.
very hard to say what is the right approach here. Because, but white has to do something. If you just retreat the knight, then black will take in a2. I mean, just and then the pawn is pinned. I mean, this probably is quite bad, just because if rook takes a2 and then.
Yeah.
Then here the. Okay, but it's an interesting information because this means for white she has to do something very concrete.
Mm-hmm.
Knight d4 is probably a bad move for sure. Yeah, that's Veronika maybe b3, but it's of course very compromising after takes a2 check and. Oh no, there's also another check on d2 and there's no good square for the king.
g2 afterwards. Is this a problem?
Well, yeah, because the knight on d2 probably is quite nice then.
I'm not so sure, because also the bishop is hanging.
Yeah, but I can play short castle or even bishop d7. b3 is hanging. And
Yeah. I mean, everything is completely concrete. Bishop
bishop
d6
d6,
now,
you know. Mm-hmm.
and bishop takes. I don't know, this is just a crazy line.
Mm-hmm. Okay, anything can happen.
Yeah, good news for Anna, because she still knows what to do, but for
Mhm.
Dronavalli not knowing this, phew.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah, d5, that was the position.
Mhm.
So just maybe b3 is interesting, but of course it's very, very hard to judge over the board. But is there any alternative to b3? Okay, something should be done about this knight, I guess. I don't think a3 is a good idea. Probably black can just take in b4. Knight d4 we didn't like, due to rook a2. Okay, you
Knight
can go knight
c3,
c7 check.
Or knight c7.
But this might be a
But here
journey
on
without
c7.
might be a journey without return.
Yeah.
Oh, so b3 even looked like the best try for so far,
I think so.
and entered this very sharp complications after. The engine doesn't know. The engine is not sure. It's also confused. Yeah, now it gives about equal.
Yeah,
Yeah, probably this is the way to go then,
I think so too.
but not an easy decision. They got about to play.
a3. She went for a3.
This we didn't like, but without giving it. So really a3.
Yes.
So just rook takes b5 and
I think a3 is
takes
just
b4.
bad. What is her idea here for white?
Strange. Because here I just won a pawn with black.
Okay.
I'm attacking b2. I can play bishop d7 and short castle.
No, I think it
And
was
the engine
b3
gives- but
instead of a3.
Yeah, I think b3 was much more dynamic. But still, of course, b3 to play without preparation if the opponent is full in them. Okay, some more games that we didn't look at.
No, we made it.
Yes.
So I think it's a good time for a break, right?
Oh yes, break
What
is
do you
always a
think?
good idea so you can enjoy some of our nice image films about our sponsor, for example, Roman Krulich, without whom it would never be possible to get this tournament to Munich. Thanks a lot to Roman.
And we will be back soon.
Yes, hope you see us soon.
I'm joined by Zhansaya Abdumalik here in the press center. Zhansaya, I expect you must be very happy to finally have won the first game in the tournament for you after 5 consecutive draws. How are you feeling after this win?
Okay, I feel okay. I mean, just fine. The game was tough. I was a bit lucky because she made some mistakes in time trouble. But in general, I think the game was fine. I mean, we're both like fighting, and yeah, I'm just happy that I managed to win my first game.
At some point in the middle game, when her king was on c7, you started bringing pieces over to the queen side. Although I was watching with the computer and it was saying it was more or less balanced, my sensations were that if you got all the pieces over there, some sort of attack would come about. Is that what you were thinking as well?
Yeah, I was trying to like move the pieces to the queen side, but okay. I mean, in the time trouble when I played this knight a3 move, she played c4. Probably she just missed rook b5, and after rook b5 is just, I guess, over for black. So I mean, if she could just play this rook b8 solid move, then I don't know. I mean, I'm not sure. I think I played some slow leeches like after rook h1, which wasn't great, I guess, for me, and knight a3. So knight a3 basically was just to make her play the c4 move.
Okay. I thought it was very, very, very good attack. She was very low on time as well, and it was a very difficult position to defend. We didn't get a chance to talk about your first game with the game where you had an extra rook, I think it was, against the 3 pawns against Humpy, because we didn't get a chance to talk about that. But after having gone through several days, what do you think about that position? Because in principle, it should be winning. You had an extra rook, but what happened there?
Yeah, I mean, it looks like it's winning, but it wasn't easy during the game. And practically, I guess, yeah, not that easy. I mean, computer says like, okay, you're winning, but during the game, I didn't see. Also, I was a bit tired, I guess. And yeah, it was a long game.
Because actually, Elisabeth mentioned this yesterday in the interview when I asked her, because Nana was continuing the game with the rook against the queen and several pawns, and she reminded herself, at that moment I was thinking of Zhansaya against Humpy, where some things look very easy, but sometimes it's not so easy. Is that?
Yeah, of course. I mean, for me, it wasn't easy, yeah. It was...
So what can we expect for you for the last 2 rounds? Tomorrow you repeat white against Mariya Muzychuk. How are your results with Mariya in the past?
Okay, we played many games, and I think the result is better for her. But okay, when we played, I was young, so now I guess I'm playing better, yes. So hopefully I'll play some good chess, I don't know, just let's see.
And then you finish off with her sister Anna, so 2 in a row.
Both sisters in a row, yeah.
Okay, well, good luck, and thank you for coming.
Thank you.
Thank you. My first interview this afternoon, joining me in the press center, Humpy, a very nice game, a very nice performance against Elisabeth Paehtz. We were discussing before the game that it was quite complex, but when that pawn got to d7, things were looking very good for you.
Yeah, it's quite interesting game. I think in the opening, I don't know, maybe king h1 is not required. I was even thinking of playing knight d2. I felt that was more precise than what I played because in the game she could even take the pawn on b2. Like once I went e4, knight d2, rook b2. I want to play knight ce4. If rook b4, I would go for knight d6. But I think there is a lot of counterplay in the position. And even in the game, even though I have a pawn up, it was quite a complex. It's more of about the central squares of who is getting the control over. In some positions, I think probably I did not like her bishop d5 move because it releases the complete tension. Of course, she has to try knight g4, h3 and queen h4, which is not yet clear because at some moments black will get knight e5. And unless my pawn on d6 moves forward to d7, it's not clear in the position. So in the game, once I got this bishop a4, d7, I was pretty sure I was better. I think rook c2 was very important to stop rook d5. so that the activity was in control. And towards the end, it was just a trick because knight e3, I could just go knight f7 and knight d8, knight c2, bishop b3 check, and knight comes out with a check and queen.
So the tactics were all for you in that position, yeah.
It's favorable. I think b4 was again important to have this diagonal for the bishop. So yeah, I think once I got the position, I played precisely.
From the outside, it seemed quite a clean game, except from these moments where maybe Elisabeth could have put the bishop on e5.
More complicated, yeah. It was not clear. I was also playing practically, yeah.
And of course, when time trouble came about, she had slightly less time than you and a difficult position to defend.
True.
Okay. So I expect you're obviously very happy for winning this second game in a row. You're still undefeated in the tournament. You're trailing the leader, Alexander Kosteniuk, by 1 point. But as fate has decided, you are playing her tomorrow. And this game could easily prove to be a very important game in the tournament. I expect you haven't thought much about tomorrow's game because, of course, today's game was more important. But did you, would you have signed this situation before the tournament, getting to the 10th round in second place?
No, not really. I was just taking round by round. I'm not much thinking about the positions, yeah.
But you're playing very well. Your play is quite consistent. Okay, some ups and downs as normal, but you haven't been defeated in the whole tournament, and that's not something easy in this type of event.
Yeah, thank you for the compliment.
So any special, obviously you're not going to talk about your preparation for tomorrow, but any special thoughts about the game or just to rest and go for it tomorrow? What's your idea?
I just finished the game, so I'll just relax and then I'll start preparing here.
Good luck to both of you tomorrow.
Thank you.
I'm joined in the press center by Grandmaster Michael Bisold here in Germany in the Women's Grand Prix. How are you doing, Michael?
Yeah, thank you very much. It's a pleasure for me to be here. I live just only a few minutes from here, so I took the opportunity to come here and watch the games. Okay,
are you following any specific player, or in general you just want to see how the games panned out this afternoon?
Of course, the atmosphere is very interesting here, and I like the tense of the games. And of course, Elisabeth, I know her since she was a little girl, and I'm also a fan of Mariya and Muzychuk. I played some years ago, also in Munich, a tournament with them, and whenever they play, I look at the games, and so I'm happy that they are here.
Okay. You were telling me before that your club is the Bayern Munich club, which is the very, very famous football club. Do you play the tournaments in the games in the stadium, or you have some other place where you go and play?
Unfortunately, we have other places. We are not in the stadium, but we are sometimes at the for the Nachwuchsleistungszentrum for the juniors. We play at this place, but never in the Allianz Arena.
Do you get free entry to see the football games, or that's a part?
That's another part. Yeah.
Okay. Michael, one of the things that struck me when we were talking before is that when you were young, you got to meet Bobby Fischer here in Munich. Tell us about that experience, please.
Yes, it was not completely in Munich. It was in Franconia, in Bavaria. My parents have had a hotel, a small hotel, and there were three world champions. Petrosyan was there, Michael Podvinik, and in the beginning of the 90s, there was Bobby Fischer there for 3 months. Okay. And we played every day, but it was not really playing, it was analyzing. And it was a restaurant of my parents, and he was sleeping every day till 1 or 2 o'clock, and he came down. Everybody was having lunch, and Bobby Fischer had breakfast.
Okay, so he was a night owl, no? He liked to spend quite a lot of time in the evening analyzing and get up later then.
Yes. And we spoke about chess every day, and maybe a little anecdote, because I like studies very much. And I showed him every day some positions. And whenever he wanted to solve immediately, and if he couldn't solve immediately, he went back to his room. And he first come back when he solved this problem. And it took hours and hours, because sometimes it was really, very complicated. But it was never that he didn't solve it. And there was no computer, so he must have solved it.
Of course, we have to remind that this is a time without computers. Yes. So chess was his life, clearly, as you're saying to me, no?
Yes, every day. Every day he was dealing with chess, and yes.
It was a pleasure, and enjoy the rest of the round. And if you come back tomorrow, enjoy the last rounds.
Okay, thank you very much.
Welcome back to the 10th round of the FIDE Women's Grand Prix.
Yeah, hi. Looking for very exciting battles today.
But before we will have a look at the games, let's have a look at the head-to-head scores. Zhansaya and Mariya. A little bit better for Mariya with 8 wins against 6 wins, but yeah, very equal.
Yeah, but Zhansaya also is very young, so it might be some games also when she was just rising. I mean, she's still rising, but...
Then we have Alexandra against Humpy.
Oh, that's a lot of games.
22 wins for Alexandra versus 18 wins by Humpy. Yeah, so we will see.
Yeah, quite balanced.
Then we have Dinara against Alina,
Oh,
and
wow.
Dinara is leading.
Oh, wow, impressive.
And we have Elisabeth against Jiner, only 2 games played so far, and both were a draw.
Okay.
And we have Dronavalli against Anna with a lot of draws.
Oh, yeah.
25 draws. And we have Zhongyi versus Nana.
Yeah, some slight pull for Zhongyi.
Yeah, so let's have a look
So
at the games, right?
Let's go back to the games. Where would you like to start?
With Elisabeth against Jiner, because this was very interesting, and yeah, I was wondering what Elisabeth is planning after rook c8. And this happened also in the game.
Yeah, this was the logical move, and here's this tension in the center. But the problem being that in several locations, white, even if white takes the pawn, it won't make white happy, as it's activating the black bishop afterwards. But now Elisabeth found an interesting regrouping that we did not consider. Knight a5. This move it looks a bit strange to me because the knight in the end is landing on b3, where it's not clear whether it's really well positioned. But maybe it's difficult to find alternatives for the knight hanging in the air. Knight.
Knight b3.
But
You
the
don't like?
engine... Yeah, interesting. So, I mean, white is better centralized, it must be said, and there's this pressure on e5, but as I said, it will turn out whether the winning this pawn will make white happy. Yeah, interesting reply, rook e8, because probably the pawn is poisoned because there will be some pin on the e-line. Maybe just
And some bishop g5 check in the right moment.
yeah. I think this probably will drop some material. Yeah, for example, simply take and bishop c5 check, and the knight c5, queen takes e5, and white lost the exchange. Then this is probably in a lost position. So this means that white does have pressure, but it's not clear how to capitalize on it, because if white cannot take in e5, then it's not so clear how to proceed. And Elisabeth found the interesting move, queen to b5. Yeah, this looks quite tempting, because now also here the black is nicely centralized, and and white retreats to f2. So this is a very interesting position, full of tension.
And now we also understand the idea behind knight e5 and knight b3. I mean, first of all, the knight was hanging, but now it also made some way for the queen to b5.
Yeah, now I start to like Elisabeth's concept. Maybe it was really a very deep concept, because the knight on b3 is very important. It controls the square on c5. If black could jump out to c5, this was absolutely free, the black position, but now at least it's hanging. And now also in this moment it might threaten knight to d4, coming to c6, and this would be great for white. So maybe this is a brilliant concept, although I have the feeling that black could play better, but black, it must be said that black played very natural moves. Maybe after knight a5, b6 is too compliant in a way, but okay.
But what else?
Okay, but anyway, I think the game position is not interesting enough, so it's okay. So what would you do with black in time pressure?
Already
On a
time
blitz-
pressure now.
On a blitz game.
In a blitz game.
No, it's interesting to ask because this shows your first instinct in the position.
Move with the bishop.
Yeah, but I would be afraid of knight d4 somehow. If knight d4 to c6 seems to be a strong threat to me, so my first instinct probably would to move the black queen somehow, but maybe what's about queen g4? Maybe h3 then, because the queen d7 is hanging. It's not so easy to play. Or queen f5, but then my e-pawn is pinned. Very interesting position. Yeah, now really is the first time in the game that I start liking Elisabeth's concept. Before I didn't like it or didn't understand it, of course.
I think now we just understand it.
Although I'm pretty sure that black could play better, but still it's a very, very deep idea by Elisabeth, I think. Because especially this threat of knight d4 to c6, I think this is very... Okay, let's just... on queen f5, still knight d4 is possible. It's funny, now it's now it's the pin on this. And I think if the knight lands on c6, these are very bad news for black. And I think on queen g4, probably white can simply play h3. Yeah, and you cannot take in f4 because now d7 is hanging. Okay, so my first instinct was totally wrong to move the queen. This doesn't work for black to move the
And
queen.
my instinct probably was also not a good idea.
It can't be worse for sure, but I guess again knight d4, this is...
Oh, but this is okay.
Okay, interesting.
Question is why? Now queen g4? No. Oh, now queen f7. Do you think?
Yeah, but knight c6, and then I don't see exactly how to defend against knight c6. This was my problem. I mean, maybe it's just playable, but it looks poor. Now to play rook a8, but it's but it looks very strange.
No, there must be something else instead of queen f7.
Yeah, if engine says it's playable for black, it's equal, and queen takes a2, but what to do after knight c6?
Yeah, I think queen takes a2 doesn't work.
Yeah, but for sure it will be very difficult for Jiner to find. I mean, if even we know that there is a solution and she doesn't know.
Yeah,
If you don't know that here's a solution, I think probably you would think that this absolutely doesn't work. But maybe anyway, there's another move than bishop f8 then. Yeah, but really fantastic idea by Elisabeth. Or maybe it was still preparation up to quite a long time, I don't know. Because usually Elisabeth's preparation seems to be very deep here.
I think she knows some ideas here.
Well, I mean, a very primitive move would be to play knight to b8, but I mean, it looks very passive. Or to play knight c5 and argue that if you take my pawn, I will take a pawn in a2 in the end, and maybe it might trying to simplify the game, maybe losing a pawn, but well, I think it will be better for white, but in a way to hit the emergency button.
Good idea.
And if black does not know the engine, well, probably white will win a pawn somehow, but maybe... Yeah, they're just freeing my game, and so at least they will have fair drawing chances in such a type of position as queen takes a2 or... And who knows? It's b2 hanging, and white king is also a bit exposed, so it's at least some drawing chances, but of course this is just clear that you're fighting for a draw somehow.
Yeah.
And knight b8 I think is too passive, but okay, at least it covers the square on c6 then. Also, it's hard to believe, admittedly. And
Can we take the rook and then the pawn?
no, of course, this is this is the only problem. That's the only one. I mean, on rook d8 we might take with the bishop, but of course it looks very passive. No, I don't like it. No, but it seems that your move worked for some reason, but with a bishop f8, but we don't know why. It's yeah, poor Jiner, this is not a pleasant situation.
Yeah.
Okay, but enough other games. So we think Elisabeth has had good chances here.
Yes. And here we have the game between Zhansaya and Mariya. Rook e1, d6.
Yeah, this I like now, knight a4 and c5. This is the typical way here to fight for an advantage. Because if in this structure black succeeds to play c5, and then bishop b7, then it's quite harmonious. So against this, white is fighting and trying to suffocate black. And this is also interesting reaction, because at first sight one should think that d5 should be played. Maybe white can play e5 here. No, but it's not convincing. Probably black can, even though white can take in h7, but in the end it will be quite good for black.
After bishop f6, for example, then.
Yeah, it's interesting, because I think I would play d5 with black after c5. Okay. The game proceeded. She took in c5, which of course is very principled. Now the point being, if white will regain this pawn in good fashion, then you will have a pretty bad pawn structure with black, and white can exert pressure here. So this is a very compromising decision. Strange. Would you consider really d takes c5?
No, I would go for d5.
But of course, maybe the idea is somehow to make use here, maybe plant the bishop to d4, some dynamic stuff. But very compromising. I'm not sure that queen c2 is the best. So I don't like queen c2 so much, but yeah, now it's a bit passive now. Knight f4. Now it can be seen, the black idea obviously is to bring the knight to d4. But maybe white can play in primitive way, just swap in f4 and c5, something like this.
Why not immediately take on c5?
Well, you can, but then I don't know how strong the knight is in d4.
Yeah, you're right.
Well, still probably it's somewhat better for white, but somehow I don't like such knights for my opponent, but if I can avoid it. But maybe just take everything, or maybe it's too primitive an approach, but the engine doesn't like it too much. But maybe black is enough counterplay in some moment to play f3, or and queen is coming to f4, and this might be dangerous. Now it was a very interesting game, full fight. And DC is very interesting dynamic decision. I mean, concerning the structure, it's highly risky, but black gets more activity than in the line with d5, so it's interesting. Oh, wait a moment, what's the game situation? Oh, she took knight takes d5.
See.
No, it's definitively playable, and I think black probably should take a knight e6, d4, and white has the better structure and two bishops, but black has quite a beautiful knight here. Okay, so maybe we can go on.
And have a look at Alexandra against Humpy. We were discussing here what to play, and she went for rook d1 immediately.
Okay, this is logical.
Bishop e3, and bringing the knight.
Ah, yeah, okay, this was the idea how to break the pin, to put the knight to d2.
Yeah. Okay, then bishop g6.
Why bishop g6? This I don't, this I don't quite understand.
Attacking z2.
Yeah, but the bishop is nice on h5, so it's
But maybe now she was scared.
maybe, yeah.
I don't know.
Okay, it doesn't look like a bad move, but
And queen c4.
I mean the structure with the two bishops are very nice for black, even though white has, even though black has a double pawn. But I think the main problem is for black how to activate the queen. And the engine thinks it's roughly equal. So probably short castle. What else? But it seems Humpy is thinking here, so it's either she doesn't like something after, but also the engine thinks it's slightly better for black. But I would leave the bishop on h5, because now white can play knight e4, which, no, maybe not after, or maybe can. Because otherwise with the bishop on h5, you couldn't move the knight here. It's
Yeah, but my idea was, if we go back, okay, instead,
castle.
here, then anyway I wanted to play this
Okay,
and knight here.
but then I still can play bishop g6 and
Yes.
Akko,
of
but
course.
you don't want to allow the knight transfer. But it might also go via f1, so I mean it's okay.
That's true. Yeah, but this is my idea.
So, I mean, I would castle with black without thinking too much. It's interesting that she thinks such a long time. What's the alternative to castle? Or is she afraid of something? Maybe she thinks about c5. Maybe she thinks about a setup somehow with c5 and then maybe b6 or even b5 and putting the queen to b7 to activate her pieces.
Yeah.
But anyway, she will need a short castle somehow. Maybe now white can try to regroup with knight e4, c3 to d5. Although in the moment the knight is in c3, c2 might be hanging. Maybe not with some tricks with knight d5, and so it's very concrete. Okay, but I think she untangled quite nicely.
Yes.
Because before it was not so clear for us. But on the other hand, if I had a choice, I think I would take the black position.
Yeah. And I go for this typical setup with c5, b6 later and queen b7 as you mentioned, and then just bring my pieces. Okay.
Yeah, maybe she wants to do it first, because after if she plays first castle and then tries to implement after knight e4 or c5 cannot be played because it's hanging. Maybe this is the reason why she thinks whether she should, instead of castling, first play c5. The engine likes to move a lot.
Yeah, it's typical.
Well, I don't play the structures, neither with white nor with black, so...
Oh, yeah, I play it sometimes with black, and then it's always the idea of playing c5 and b6, but I have to say that the king is usually on d8, and then it's also the idea to bring it to b7 sometimes.
Yeah, I think anyway with queens on, it's a totally different story.
Yes.
Well, let's say I play a4 here. Because now on b6, maybe I can disturb the black plan with queen d5. But I think now is the time to play the castle first, to do something flexible. Or b6 now. Either b6 or castle. Oh, but I think black is fine. Okay, so let's move on because there are some games with more action, I think.
Mhm.
What happened in this game? And we said we did not like the white concept so much.
Yeah, Dinara against Alina. Oh yeah, she played knight to e5.
Well, we wanted to go knight d7, but I mean bishop b4 is also a natural move.
And bishop
Mhm.
d3. Oh, this is
Mhm.
white's idea.
Well, it's very solid, but it's clear that white is not playing for any kind of advantage.
Okay, take.
Yeah, bishop d6, this is a normal move, of course. Castle, castle. Queen f3, knight d7. e4. Yeah, okay, white is playing for this typical structure here, which happens very often in the Slav and also in the Caro-Kann, I think.
Yeah. And now you need to take.
Yeah, I think here maybe black played a bit too passive, but because here now again white might try to claim a very small advantage after pushing e4 here. But maybe you as Caro-Kann player won't agree, but
And this is just typical position for Caro-Kann.
by the way, this is one of the reasons why I was not so happy with the Slav anymore, because quite often you get the structure and theory considers it to be equal, but somehow I don't know, it's always very difficult to find plans with black. White can try a bit, can put the rooks to the center, can shift the rook to against the king side. And for black, it's because if you play c5, quite often this you enter a structure that's a bit better for white with the pawn majority. Usually try to play b5, but then c6 can be weak and so on.
Yes.
Somehow I find it's easier to play for white, let's put it this way, even though it's objectively equal.
I agree with you. It's not so easy, but you often reach this position with Caro-Kann or
Exactly, so this is, well, but my new repertoire after took up the Caro-Kann, it doesn't contain positions where I reach this, reach this position. Yeah, but of course also for white, because you would like to centralize the rooks, but in the moment a2 is hanging, so probably white will play a3 in some moment.
Mhm.
But as I said, the main problem for black, it's not so clear what you do. I mean, the position is okay, but I mean, maybe knight f6, and if white queen goes to shift the queen to f5, and okay, but then still, I mean, it's not clear what you do next. Well, this would be a typical setup here. But admittedly, also for white now, it's not so clear what to do. It's kind of waiting game. I mean, white can put the knight to e5, because probably black does not want to change. Yeah, maybe no knight e5 then. Ah, if I could make the move with this mouse then.
Is normal time for c5, or do you go for d5 then?
Yeah, it's possible. I would be more afraid of changing in c5.
Yes, I would change.
And I wonder whether black can take in e5, but I think this should be somewhat better for white if you put the rook into d6. And just to show, this is usually not so, unless there are some concrete tactics. But then here is doubling the rooks in the d line, and so just to show a bit of the spirit of the position. Is just playing around, of course. But in c5, it's possible, but it's. This type of position, I think this is slightly better for white. Although no, black does have some counterplay maybe, but maybe it's okay for black. Because the queen is quite actively posted here on f5 compared with other lines.
And it's always the idea from queen e5 to move it there, and also to attack on the queen side.
I was thinking about some very sharp stuff with g4, but it's as usual, if it fails, then you ruined your position. It's the idea of the queen f4 to go knight d3. Oh, the engine hates it. Maybe I can take in d3 and g4. Yeah, g4. Well, no, white has probably plays h3 or something. Maybe black can take in d3 and or maybe something like this and just... Oh, the engine likes it for black suddenly. Yeah, I think this queen position on f5 is quite interesting. But of course also white doesn't have, can just wait, he must not take in. Yeah, maybe this might be a drawback in some moment that g4 might be really dangerous here. Is the queen getting in some trouble? Probably it's okay for black, but just to show what I mean, if black goes to f4, then after bishop c1, then there's a small problem. But probably it's just okay with queen g5. Unless white can play f4 now. But probably queen. Yeah, so. But okay, this just shows it might get sharper out of a sudden. So what do we think? Well, objectively it's equal, of course.
Yes.
Very solid structure. And Dinara has shown that just positional play, she's very strong already. And also her time management is okay. Well, after 16 moves to spend 1 hour 15 is a bit too much, according to to our anti-time pressure program. But it's not disastrous.
Other direction.
Oh, sorry, okay. Oh yeah, this was this interesting
Zhongyi
move,
against
b5.
Nana.
Okay, queen d2 is kind of non-committal. Okay, these are normal moves. Yeah, this is that the main problem for white is how to regroup this knight. Okay, knight d4. This is, I now expected some stuff with knight e5. If it works tactically. No, she doesn't do it. And then of course white quickly takes. So did knight e5 not work here? Maybe it's f4 in this moment, because yeah, this is just the moment with the queen on e7. Probably this was the point, because now f4 and knight c4 we can take in. Maybe it's not so clear, but is there some trick for black? No, probably not.
No, I like it with white.
Yeah, no, so this was a good moment to play knight d4, because we said if you play it in the wrong moment, then black can play knight e5 to c4. But now here, just for the moment, there's this weak square, and so white. And if white now succeeds without problems to regroup this knight to d4, then white will be pretty happy. Let's see, bishop f3 and knight e2, d4. But it's not so easy to implement, because now black has probably some ideas, and who knows, in some moment maybe the rook might... now an interesting move by Zhongyi, queen d4. It's not the usual square for the queen to blockade the isolated pawn. In any textbook you would say, don't do this, because the queen is not a good blockader. Because maybe bishop b8 and bishop...
I don't understand the idea.
Strange. I also don't believe it's a good move.
But then, the next move is f4. Isn't this completely weakening this diagonal?
It is.
This is crazy.
Yeah, this queen d4 is very strange. As I said, I think the normal move would be bishop f3. No, sorry. But also the engine now, I think, seems to like the black chances. Maybe there's some tactics with bishop g4 possible. No, probably not. I sort of taking maybe some sacrifice on h2, but I'm not really sure it works. That was my idea here too. The engine is going up and down hence. And now it's equal. But I would be very nervous as white, because the rook is also coming in here. And
yeah.
Okay, but it's a bit too far. She played this strange move, queen d4, absolutely against any textbook that says don't use the queen as a blockader. And it's so important to have a solid blockade over an isolated pawn.
This is weird.
Queen c7 looks logical, because it
Yes.
puts pressure and pressure here, and nearly forcing white to play f4, although she doesn't want, I guess. And now the only challenge is to bring the bishop over here.
And that's why she played queen to b8, I guess.
Yeah, that looks nice. Now the idea probably, and d4, and if she succeeds to do this, then the white position is blown up then. I think it's very dangerous positionally for white. And what she has done, I don't think that any of her trainers would approve. I don't want to pretend being on the right side sometime after, but I think that very much earlier, if she played a4, it would be small advantage, risk-free, and here this is very dangerous for white. You might get totally crushed if it's... I think this bishop c7, b6 plan is very, very strong.
And then d4 in the right moment.
Maybe it's the last moment now to play something with a4, if it still works somehow. To generate counterplay on the queen side before something terrible is happening. Yeah, this seems the way to go here, so that's just reducing the problems. But if she doesn't do this, then I'm very optimistic for Nana. Okay, so we can go on.
Good chances here for Nana against Zhongyi to make a full point. And
Here's the madness game.
yes, here we have Dronavalli against Anna.
Yeah,
And
ace really we
a3
didn't
was
like.
very confusing to us. But look what happened right now. Anna spends so much time now.
But I saw several times that Anna's time consumption also is kind of a bit alarming. Well, maybe she thinks about e5. No, does she? Maybe she thinks that e5 might be even better than rook b4 and cannot decide.
Pooh, but it's already more than 30 minutes, I think. If I remember correctly, she had more than 1 hour left.
But also the engine doesn't like it at all, so it's probably nonsense.
But why not just take on b4 and threaten to take on b2?
Well, I know people who have also sometimes quite an excessive time consumption.
Not in this position.
Okay, you would take in b4 quickly.
Yeah.
Yeah,
of
me also,
course.
but as for me, it's just a lack of fantasy. I wouldn't think there's any other reasonable move. While Anna finds maybe some other fascinating alternatives. Well, maybe it's not so obvious why e5 doesn't work. I mean, we dismissed it quickly because the engine said it's bad, but it's maybe with the idea of white takes, then bishop takes g4. So this was what I thought here. And at first sight, one might think that this is quite interesting for black, no? Probably f3, or man take and check, and knight goes to c6. I mean, if you don't have the engine bar here.
Sure, I don't like this. So go for f3, then I take. Yes.
Ah, the rook is hanging in the end. This is the problem. This I had not seen.
Oh yeah.
I thought now
I
black.
also missed
I
this.
thought knight takes in e5 and knight c6, and black is very fine, but the rook is hanging. This is the problem. So then king f4 now. Maybe some kingside attack. It's a joke. No,
But then it's knight c6.
yeah, knight g6, and no, but my idea was, but you have no square for the king. Okay, but white probably just drops back with the king, and now there's a double threat to the rook, and I think this is.
But I still have knight c4 in worst case.
Oh yeah, knight c4 is playable. Yeah. Yeah, and then probably it's roughly equal, I guess. So I mean it's playable, but on the other hand, why not to play rook takes b4?
Yeah, and having 30 minutes more on the clock.
Engine gives some. It's also strange that it seems not to be so bad for white. Well, it seems as if black is about to winning a second pawn, and
Yeah.
very strange. Yeah, yes, Anna, take the free pawn and save your time. That's exactly what we think as well. And I think all Anna fans will agree. Yeah, this would be really interesting to know what she was thinking in this moment. Maybe she sees some absolutely fascinating idea that we are not spotting.
Yeah, here, king f3.
Maybe she
and
thinks
just
bishop
take.
d7 is more precise for some reason. But no, it's strange. Okay, let's look some other games. We cannot solve this mystery.
Okay. Maybe go back to the start. Elisabeth against Jiner.
Oh yeah, this was very interesting. What Jiner was under pressure.
Yeah. She went for
Ah, she played knight b8. This was one of my propositions. I didn't really like it, but it's because just once more for the ones who didn't switch on. Looks strange, but the point is that it's really hard to defend against this threat here with knight d4 c6, because black had no queen move to do it because the knight is hanging, and then queen g4 h3, and often on queen f5. Then it's another pin here with knight d4. I think this is an important line, and the knight plops into c6.
But knight c5 was interesting here for black.
Yeah, knight c5 was just trying to reach probably an ending with pawn down, but with drawing chances. It's a bit more active. And knight b8.
I don't like knight b8. I'd rather go for knight c5.
Yeah.
Or have a look to find something after this.
Yeah, bishop f8 was the surprising.
Because here I have the
Veronika
feeling that
suggestion.
something is working for black.
But we don't know what.
Not yet, no.
And over the board you cannot play this if you don't know the justification.
Yeah.
Well, maybe now what was queen f7 the problem?
Knight c6.
And then rook a8 was my proposition, but
Yes, okay.
but still you have to refute it.
Yeah, I like it more than knight b8.
Yeah, knight b8 looks very passive.
And of course she took. And then took here.
Yeah, I think this was relatively, this was also better. Both knight c5 was better, and your bishop f8.
And now, if she takes with the bishop,
Probably knight d4 to f3, something like this then. Of course also black has to defend the rook here, so after knight d4. This is a dream position for white, I think. Because now you have to go to some passive, while you can play queen d7 playing for the ending, but I guess you won't reach it. Probably I go queen c4 check, or
after queen e7, I'm also thinking about bishop h4.
no, queen d7 I wanted to play.
Oh, sorry then.
But
Yeah,
then
I
probably
heard e7, sorry.
Yeah, but probably also it's also bad because you change in knight c6 with
I
very
would-
unpleasant
I
threats.
would go for queen f7.
Yeah, just to show, I think this is very bad to knight c6, and now this is hanging, and rook d1 is a terrible threat, so this is so after knight d4, so probably we have knight queen f7, and now I just wanted to go knight f3, I think. Or maybe e4 is possible. Some of the feeling the e-pawn will be just lost somehow.
Why don't you take
Ah,
immediately?
sorry, yeah, sorry. And this was the drawback of queen f7.
Yeah.
Yeah, of course, sorry. Okay, but now I'm just a pawn up for nothing with more active position.
Yes.
So this is a strong argument against queen f7. Yeah, this was the reason why I wanted to play queen d7, but even then maybe I can take in e5.
A strong position for Elisabeth. And wow, she is more than 30 minutes up in time.
Yeah, I think this might be a clean victory with very interesting preparation for Elisabeth. And the nice concept is she builds knight a5, b3.
This was
Sorry.
beautiful. Okay, have a look at the other games. Zhansaya against Mariya.
Yeah, she played exactly this concept that we thought. Now black has a bad pawn structure and vice the bishops, but black does have a beautiful knight on d4. So I think here this black gets some practical counter chances.
Yes.
White probably is better objectively, but
And a free.
but of course white is super solid, so it's okay. Black plops the knight into d4, but of course after this there are also not really very active plans. I mean, maybe double the rooks in the d line, but anyway, there's no. But also with white, it's not easy to make progress.
Do you also believe this will end in a draw?
No, it's a position full of fight. Anything can happen. I mean,
What is your idea after something with knight d4, someone go for b4? Or what do you want to do in this position?
I don't know. Okay, what do you play? Knight d4? Okay, after knight d4, probably I can
Maybe.
play b4 then.
I think first I would start with h6 or something like this.
Well, concerning the structure, f6 would be the right move, but in a moment bishop c4 is unpleasant. Yeah, to knight d4 instantly, then as Veronika said, then b4 might be unpleasant. Yeah, I think this black should may not allow. Yeah, so maybe this is some kind of... I love Muzi sisters. They're real fans around. Yeah, so maybe black's dream setup is not... I mean, the black dream setup, I think, would be also to play this move f6 and play queen e7 and play knight d4. And if black could, I think the move queen e7 would be the dream move, but then now e5 is hanging. Maybe queen to b8, but it looks a bit out of play here. But still okay. It's not my dream move, but the engine doesn't like it, of course. But maybe queen a5 now is a bit unpleasant.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not. This now black has to find a way to realize dream setup. Maybe queen to d6. Maybe also queen a5 is unpleasant, but no, maybe then queen b6. Oh, okay, better try queen d6. Because I always have to keep an eye on this, and if white plays rook d1, then I can play finally knight d4. And if white plays queen a5, then my idea was now to go queen b6. Just to keep everything together.
And it seems that Mariya also likes your move.
Oh, Mariya.
Because she went for queen d6.
Yes! Oh. Mariya and I are on one wavelength. I don't want to make you jealous, but...
It's okay. I had the possibility to interview her, so I'm fine.
Yeah, I think queen d6 is a good solid move then. But also Mariya has quite a time consumption that her trainer probably isn't happy about.
Okay, continue to the next game. Exciting game between Alexandra and Humpy. It was bishop g6 and queen c4, c5, yeah. As we expected, now a4 and castling knight f1.
I would go to e4 normally, unless and now maybe it hangs something after b5. Maybe not. And after knight f1, I mean, okay, let's look knight f1. And yeah, this was your plan, simply swap a pair of rooks. And
Yes. So for black, this is easy to play.
I think so. Yeah, after swapping rooks, then the queen has some changing, queen e8, and maybe bringing the next rook to d8. Because then after changing the rooks, I think black is slightly better, and white has to watch out with some... I mean, white can play a5, but it's the question whether she wants to do it. And I don't really see a good white plan here.
No. I mean, what's the idea behind knight f1? Did she just want to double the rooks?
Yeah, but maybe she fell, even such an experienced player like Alexandra, into this typical trap. If a draw is enough for you, or you very much want a draw in the tournament situation, to play in a too passive way, too cautious way. No, but I think the real is that she was just surprised by the opening and didn't. Her reaction wasn't perfect. Now this position is not easy to play for white.
Mm.
The black bishops are very nice here, and it's black has a very compact position, and it's not clear what's the white plan. I mean here, but I agree that I don't like this knight. But even after knight e4 is not, if it's not hanging something.
I would start with a5 if I would be white.
Mhm.
And I probably also rook d8.
The engine doesn't like it at all. Maybe also b5 in some moment, no, but
Okay, b5 can be a problem, yeah.
maybe not yet, because then maybe we can, well, just rook d8 is the normal move, of course, but I wonder whether b5 maybe is also good.
Yes, you're right, this is very strong. That's why Alexandra didn't go for this move.
And knight e4 would be if it does not lose a piece. Because then you have, in some moment at least, you have the chance to activate the knight c3, d5 sets. Oh no, but probably it loses something.
After b5, someone?
I wanted to play queen d5, but my idea was to go queen d5 and... But it seems
e6.
c6, sorry, this I didn't see. No, then it doesn't work. I only saw rook d8 because then I have queen c6. That's right. Yeah, very pleasant position for Humpy.
Yes,
In case she keeps her cool.
I think she will. As I mentioned earlier, in every FIDE Grand Prix, in the finals, she had the second rank.
Okay. Yeah, but in this case, she's fighting even for first place.
I know. But yeah, maybe this will be the first tournament where she won't be on the second, but on the first place.
Yeah, but Alexandra has in several games has shown her extreme mental strength. Of course, it's unpleasant now with white pieces. She got caught in the preparation, and she's realizing that she didn't react in the best way. And now the position is more easy to play for black. And now to collect yourself. But I noticed type of e4 positions when it went wrong, and somehow your pieces look kind of active, but there's no more real plan how to improve it. It's very difficult to play. Sometimes if you play over the game afterwards, you think, why did somebody lose in such a stupid way? But if you have over the board and you think and don't find a good setup, and then usually some quite stupid moves can emerge. But which only happen because you were under pressure already before. Okay. So we think that Humpy has, with black pieces, really made the very best out of the tournament situation.
Yes.
Very good opening choice. Okay, so let's move on.
Okay. Dinara against Alina.
Yeah, here's the probability of a draw is pretty high. Although, as I said, I still maybe slightly prefer white here, but still black has arranged her pieces in a very harmonious way. And double rooks on the d-line, and the queen on a5 is quite active. Yeah, I think black is perfectly fine here, in fact. This is a good version of the structure. Because sometimes with bishops on, then you're a bit more cramped. And
Yeah, see how this happened. She
yeah,
played
bishop
the
a3,
typical
this-
move, bishop
yeah,
e3.
this is a good move. Yeah, that's the reason why white usually plays a3 to prevent this. That's interesting because
Yeah, I'm
what was the
also
last?
wondering why she didn't go for this. Here she played rook
Rook
f2
e1, yeah.
e1, but why not
Yeah,
a3?
white is ambitious. White should play a3 definitively. Okay, but I mean, maybe she isn't ambitious. Maybe it was enough in a tournament situation. I can understand that for Dinara and her situation to make a draw now to regain confidence after some very unpleasant and unlucky losses. Yeah, but here with black I would be pretty happy.
Yes,
Okay,
I
let's
take
say
this.
just probably knight to e5 or just knight c5. Well, rook fd8. now for white it's also pretty difficult to do something.
Yeah, you always need to protect d4.
Now it's already tactically hanging because you can play b4. It's not clear that okay, let's try one. Probably fall back to c7 or are you brave and play queen a4 and the queen is trapped maybe?
Where I go to c7.
Okay, you're the Caracan specialist. And now maybe white has time to double on the d-line. Because for the moment c5 is not possible. On the other hand, it doesn't achieve too much, but... Probably this would be my setup with white. Let's put it this way. Would you play for b6
Yes,
and c5?
yes. Yeah, b6 right now.
It's just always the question whether maybe in this moment c5 is an interesting move, but probably black has enough pressure against c4, d4. Okay, but maybe now it might become more lively. You play c5 now?
Not sure yet. I think I'm still waiting. Why not h6, for example?
Okay, I play h3.
Okay, and now?
Okay, let's say h6. Because white doesn't really want to play c5 in this moment. Okay, let's say one. Let blow black show. I wanted to say in one word, black and show. Her idea, and I'm sure she wants to play the extremely active c5. Am I right for once? Okay, now I wanted to take. And the computer likes it. Probably a take back.
Yes. And now?
And now, well, one concrete
Is it
idea is that you simply can
just
take in
take?
c5, and you cannot retake in c5, because even though you played h6, but in the end, the mean trap was going to be a check.
f7 is also a problem.
Yeah, that's what I said, that what I didn't like so much about these positions, that the only real freeing move is c5, but sometimes
Yeah.
it's just bad.
I know.
And also the other idea would be change and play b5 and get maybe a dangerous passer.
And why not change knights with knight d7?
If it works, it's nice, but there are always then really some tactics here with c5, maybe, who knows. It looks a bit clumsy, but maybe it works. Yeah, if c5 is not a problem, then it might be okay. Yeah, it seems to work. Of course, white can just withdraw the knight, and
Yeah.
so would be the normal move. And each move you have also to watch out for c5, with positionally it's double-edged because it gives black the square. But sometimes for concrete reasons. Okay, but probably not. No, probably the best move is to go back to f6. Or
I would go back.
yeah, now's the question whether white is content with a draw.
Yeah.
But I mean, still white can squeeze a bit, maybe queen a3 now, and just teasing black a bit without any. But of course, black queen b7, or I don't know. But I think white is the one who can decide whether he wants to play or not. I mean, black is basically has to wait. So and this is what I said. Well, no, sometimes maybe now black can consider to go b5 in a moment, and fighting for the square on d5. Yeah, and I remember, and this was mainly in some blitz games when I tried this plan with b5, and sometimes it terribly backfired. I got the square on b5, but white went on the c line, and out of a sudden the pawn on c6 became terribly weak. I had a knight on d5, but I lost my pawn on c6, and I was very unhappy then. So even this is okay, but let's not lament about some. She went to c5. This is also interesting. I don't know why, but it looks interesting. Not that I understand why it's so brilliant, but
I have no idea why.
me neither.
Because all the white ideas, they are with d5, sometimes c5 in the right moment, so...
Strange.
And the knight is well placed on e5.
So. Okay, let's look some other. Still, it's not the most exciting game, but I still think it's interesting to talk about the structure because it happens quite often.
Yeah. We have Zhongyi against Nana.
She pushed the emergency button, and wisely so. Now a4, I think.
A4.
Otherwise, if she does not play this, as we said, she gets totally crushed.
Yes. She took. And now queen takes b4.
Yeah, and as I said, it's an emergency button. I think that, of course, Zhongyi is a strong player, and she saw that is also here that black is probably better just winning a pawn.
Yeah, now they were exchanging everything. And took d4.
Probably a5 and...
She went for bishop e7 here.
Okay, but why not?
I don't know why not a5. Maybe because not to give up the b5 square.
Okay, what? As you would say in German, dort lebt niemand. Nobody lives in the square.
Dort lebt niemand. No food for the bishop again, right?
Yeah, I think just black is a pawn up. I mean, of course, this pawn structure is weakened, but it cannot be seen how white will make use of this. So basically, black is just a pawn up, but also of bishop e7. But now it's still maybe some more chances. But also here, the ancient gives big advantage for black.
No, I think this will black win with the bishop pair.
Yeah, I think this queen to d4. This was a very bad decision of Zhongyi.
Yeah, we still don't understand this move here. Queen d4.
Yeah, this is... Well, maybe only that she was afraid of some tactics when black plays d4. I mean, yeah, but I think bishop f3
Yeah, we
is
wanted
quite...
to go for bishop f3.
Or maybe she was afraid of these tactics with bishop g4. But even if she's afraid, she might still play queen e2 and... Well, the ancient thinks it's okay for white with bishop. The line that we looked before. Just to show the line that we looked before, or was this. With unclear consequences, and the ancient thinks it's about equal. But okay, this I can understand. That
This is dangerous, but why not queen e2?
Yeah, that's what I mean. Yeah, but probably here's... but
here's what, d4?
Queen e5, I guess.
Queen e5 immediately.
Is very strong here. Now you have to go g3, and maybe I can even take in f3 and c3. I mean, g3 is forced now. And now if there's nothing better, we can take in f3 and c3, and I don't think you can really exploit the pin. Okay, let's give it a try. Maybe there's something better, but... probably not. Maybe rook ac1 can be tried.
Yeah.
I was wondering about d4 now, but then ed. Ah, yeah, the queen is hanging, so this is maybe on ed, rook f3, d takes f. Interesting stuff. But maybe simply rook dc8, I mean, it's pretty primitive. Yeah, and black just stays material up.
Queen e2?
No?
Why not? What do you do here? d4?
There are lots of nice moves. Knight e4 might be. Yeah, d4 is also interesting. Yeah, d4 is probably the simplest solution here. Yeah, this doesn't work for white.
No.
Yeah, maybe this was the reason. Maybe she thought if she plays the normal move, bishop f3, that bishop g, because if you cannot take in g4 now, and now it's out of a sudden queen e5 is a strong threat. So practically you have to go for bishop takes g4 with white. And if you think now that you're mated, then it's understandable. I mean, it's after king g1. Who knows? Ancient thinks it's even slightly better for white, but for human beings it's... But maybe it's kind of understandable, and if
Yes.
we're trying to understand what Zhongyi was, why she played this strange move queen d4, which is positioned pretty bad. But what do you play else? I mean,
h3 is probably not a good idea because later queen e5 will come, right?
yeah, exactly. Or maybe bishop b8 now, and then some.
Yeah, and I don't have pieces there to protect my king.
Okay, but anyway, but queen d4 was kind of an overreaction, probably. Maybe she should still play a4 in this moment. Okay, but now the pin maybe is unpleasant here. Maybe it's okay, but... bishop b4, no, knight e4 is threatening, probably. Okay, but slowly maybe we understand why she played queen d4. But as I said, these isolated pawn positions are very... So maybe b5 was very interesting, and then to make use of it, white had to play even b4 to play a4 to reach a slightly better position.
The early a4, yeah. I like this idea.
Okay, and here optically one might think that white has compensation for the pawn. But I'm not so sure, and also the engine doesn't agree. Because the knight on a4 is so stupid.
Yeah. Here I don't believe in a draw.
No, I don't believe in a draw. Black is clearly better. Yeah, but positionally very interesting game.
Yeah, definitely.
And I think she had to take this variation with the bishop sacrifice in h2. And the problem just is, if you lose against such a bishop sacrifice on h2, of course you feel like a beginner, because everybody knows that you should avoid it. The sacrifice in h2.
Yeah.
And nobody will be interested if you said, oh, but I saw it, but I miscalculated.
That's the problem.
Okay, so then here it's big advantage for Nana.
And then we have Dronavalli against Anna. Here
What
she
a madness
was
game.
thinking for a very long time, and she went for e5.
Yeah, that's what we discussed, but we didn't understand because we said that rook takes b4 was simple and good.
Yeah, so let's have a look.
Yeah, it happened exactly
Taking,
as we
yes.
thought. King e1. but
King
we thought-
e1.
maybe it's even stronger because
This is
immediately.
yes, this is even stronger.
Maybe she overlooked this pin, but after thinking such a long time, it's also strange.
I don't know. Now she played f6. Of course, bishop moved back.
But it's totally crazy. Look also at the
And-
evaluation. Instead of being at least slightly better, now she's clearly worse.
What is she doing? I mean, she
So-
lost 2 games in a row, so I guess her self-confidence is not that high.
Yeah,
But
it-
still, I
but
mean, then
exactly-
just make
yeah,
normal
but-
moves. If you're not feeling well, then
but
just
here,
make
I
normal
mean,
moves.
is there something we don't see? Why she thought that rook takes b4 is not possible? So
No.
that white somehow can
King,
make use of
I
this.
was thinking king f3 here.
Mhm.
Maybe there's something better for white. I don't know. But this was my first guess. And okay, it's not good, it seems.
But at least black can play rook takes b2. I mean, okay, maybe
Yeah, I think this position is not easy for white to play.
that's what I think as well.
Yeah.
I mean, at least what maybe there are some better things here, but at least you can get this position with bishops of different color, and probably white would have to take this. Okay, here's maybe a problem. Okay, this is interesting. Maybe here, this I didn't see. Here white has this sneaky move, bishop e5. Now hitting g7, and then you lose also h7.
Okay, but we don't have to take on b2 immediately. Why not just... Okay, castle is maybe also not so easy, but why not?
Well, white doesn't have a real threat. I mean, if you take in c4, I'm just a pawn up. Yeah, castle or f6 maybe.
Yeah. Or king e7. Because castle, then I have the problem later, maybe with the bishop here. So why not king e7? Okay, h7 also maybe problem sometimes.
What's what f6?
Okay. Now I take on c4 and you take with the pawn, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, I mean, you can play bishop d6, but then I take in b2. I mean, so this takes.
Take with the pawn, b3.
b3, okay. B3 is
It's just a try, but I think after b5 and here you have these problems also. Okay, this is not working.
no problem.
Just bishop d6.
Yeah, okay, but in the worst case, I take in b2, you take in c4, and I play bishop d7.
Yes. I mean, of course, there is no problem for black in this position.
Yeah, black is a pawn up. I mean, it's white is fighting for a draw and put the bishop to c6.
Yes. This is weird. I don't understand this decision.
Instead of going from easy to play position with at least slight or maybe even a bit more advantage to
Yeah. Also, people in the chat are confused.
yeah, this means that maybe she's somehow, as you would say among boxers, she's somehow punch drunk after the defeats. That she's slightly
She's definitely not in a
confused.
good mood after
No.
2 losses. Of course, this is never nice. I mean,
but okay, e5, and white has basically to take. This is forced.
yes.
Maybe she only calculated f3, but even this was not so good for
Yes.
black. But king e1 is okay. Now g7 is hanging, so and as we said, also h7 would be lost probably afterwards. Tja, now. Okay, now white is no material down anymore and has 2 nice bishops. Okay, maybe it's not so disastrous, who knows, but it's absolutely not what you want.
No.
Okay, but maybe it's not so bad, the position. If I would not see the engine evaluation, I would still think maybe bishop g2 now.
Yeah, why not? Attacking the pawn.
And if playing against me, you might try to castle in the next move.
Yeah.
I usually don't notice such things. Yeah, now black must play a bit clumsy move to protect the pawn in d5. Maybe rook b5. But it's not nice. Maybe even now to play bishop d4 back to.
Why put the bishop here?
Well, I want to put. I don't want to say it's good, I just want to explain what is the idea.
Okay.
Because otherwise it's a bit difficult to untangle my pieces here.
But why not go immediately for b3?
Yeah, okay.
Or also, Oh, in the game she also played b3.
Hmm.
Yeah, why not?
Yeah, it's reasonable. Well, it depends on knight e5 probably. She wants to take in e5 or... Maybe just take and play pawn to b5 and then the black rook is kind of stuck at the queen side.
Mm.
Yeah, why not? And the king goes to d2 afterwards and...
Yes, why not?
But probably she must go to e5, because if she goes to d6, I think this doesn't work. Due to bishop d4 and rook b6, then there's a problem. Probably black should go to e5. But it's not a nice position. Maybe even knight f3 check is not dangerous. Maybe I can even play this immediately, but I don't know. Would you be afraid of knight f3 check?
Not really.
I'm just thinking whether I
But-
should change in e5 and then play b5 or...
Okay. I was thinking about playing f4.
Oh, that's tough.
Oh, because then you don't have knight f3.
Mhm.
And why not?
Yeah, f4 is interesting.
Then the knight has to move, then bishop g2, king f2.
Yeah, nice. Such brutal moves I don't see, of course. Yeah, f4 is nice. The engine also likes it a lot. Yeah, I think here white has clear advantage. Always can put the pawn to b5 and restrict the black rook. Yeah, so bad news for Anna.
Yes.
Little time and a bad position instead of having a comfortable advantage.
Mm. Unfortunately, yeah.
Oh, Humpy wins, somebody said, but
No, it's just hope.
hope. Okay.
So before we go into a break, let's have a look at the most important game of today, Alexandra against Humpy. So we were here, knight f1, rook d8, and then knight g3. Yeah. Take, and queen
Yeah,
e8.
that's exactly what we thought.
Mhm.
And we thought it's very comfortable.
And now we see white's idea. It's h4,
It's,
but I'm not so sure if this is a good idea.
in my view, it's a move, but not an idea, because it's black will play h6. And
I also don't like h4.
no, I mean, it's okay, but it's h4 is normal move, but after h6, it's not... maybe white, she wants the ideas afterwards to swing her queen over here and then force black to trade the bishops. But always c2 is hanging, so it's not easy to implement. No, but h4 is normal move, probably this I would play with white, but...
Okay, don't you think this is weakening? Interesting.
No. This I don't think. Okay, so far normal play from both sides in my view. Yeah, this bishop is beautiful. Unless you can deliver a back row mate in a moment. Okay, she took, and now black of course got the A line, which is nice. Okay, c4, very principled decision. Ooh, but very compromising also. But it's very hard to play for white, because it always pinned to the defense of this pawn on c2. What would you do? b4?
b4. And then attack b2 later.
Yeah, probably also would play b4, but maybe it's too primitive.
But then I have queen c6, and I don't know, black's pieces are slowly improving, and I don't see what's the future for the white pieces.
Yeah, and in some nice moment, if white is not careful, knight will hop in here. Yeah, this bishop is so beautiful on h7.
Yeah.
It controls a lot of important squares and... Yeah, beautiful position. Although the engine gives only slight advantage.
Okay, maybe
for black.
b4 is not the best
Maybe
reply
this-
here.
Yeah, maybe there's something more aggressive. Maybe c6, but it looks a bit artificial.
Yeah, c6, I'm not so happy about this move.
But you're a Caro-Kann player, you must love c6.
Yes, but as first move.
And if you don't play b4 and it's a mistake, then you can say, oh, why didn't I play b4 before?
You love this, right?
You want to hint at us, made the joke already.
Yes, in Mariya's game, where b4 was winning.
Maybe rook b8, I mean, to be more dynamic.
Yes, I was also thinking about rook b8. Seems that this is stronger. And then I take on b5 with the rook. No?
Yeah, it kind of makes more pressure. It also gives white a bit more of counterplay, maybe, but on the other hand, the three white pieces are not... Okay, the bishop can fall back to c1 to protect b2, but yeah, I think probably rook b8 makes more pressure. b4 is not dynamic, I mean, it's also not bad, but... Okay, so maybe this is good time for a break.
Yes.
Let's look what's left at the buffet.
So see you after this short break.
Okay, hope you see us.
Möchten Sie auf innovative Weise die Qualität Ihrer Entscheidungen verbessern? Die besten Strategien der Schachgroßmeister nutzen, auch wenn Sie selbst vielleicht kein Schachspieler, keine Schachspielerin sind. Sich vor schwerwiegenden Planungsfehlern schützen. Ihre Intuition bestmöglich in Ihren Planungs- und Entscheidungsprozess einfließen lassen. Oder suchen Sie einfach einen inspirierenden Keynote-Vortrag für Ihre nächste Veranstaltung. Dann haben Sie viel gemeinsam mit Unternehmen wie Lufthansa Cargo, wie BMW, wie E.ON oder der Bayerischen Staatskanzlei. Überall dort konnte ich schon in Form von Vorträgen oder Workshops die wichtigsten Konzepte und Ideen unseres Strategiemodells Königsplan vermitteln. Hat Sie das neugierig gemacht? Dann freue ich mich auf Ihre Anfrage. Viele Informationen sind auch auf unserer Homepage www.königsplan.com zu finden.
I'm joined today in the press center by Zhongyi, former world champion of chess. Zhongyi, ni hao.
你好，
So, today you defeated Muzychuk in a very nice game, Sicilian defense. My question is, you must be happy for the win today.
耶、我非常高兴，因为我之前的时候和了非常多盘，我感觉和的已经整个人有一点失去平常心了。这一盘棋的胜利对我很重要啊，包括可能会影响到我后面的比赛，能让我重拾了信心。但是其实中间是非常复杂的，然后我认为他的那个 H4有一些冒进了，他可能应该选择 F4， 或者他甚至可以考虑下后翼，他的双向其实对黑方后翼说不定会有一些压制。
Okay, and my second question for you, Zhongyi, is in the Sicilian defense, you had this knight on e5, which was very strong, tremendously strong. Was this important to be able to win the game, this knight on e5? Was it a key position to win the game?
确实E5马非常的强壮，我觉得到那个局面的时候，他可能已经没有办法再挽回了。到后面的时候，当黑棋放弃E5马的时候，已经确定了胜果。
Thank you for coming then.
Thank you.
Kinder in sozialen Brennpunkten haben es besonders schwer.
Sie müssen oft sowohl mit sprachlichen als auch häuslichen Problemen kämpfen. Wenn vielen von ihnen keine erfolgreiche schulische Karriere gelingt und sie später beruflich abgehängt sind, wird das zu einem großen gesellschaftlichen Problem und birgt enorme Gefahren für uns alle.
Wir glauben, dass unser Schachtraining nach allen Erfahrungen der letzten 15 Jahre mit bis zu 10.000 geförderten Grundschulkindern
ein wunderbares und innovatives Mittel ist, um hier gegenzusteuern. Unser Königsplan für Kinder fördert auf spielerische Weise. Die Kinder lernen, sich besser zu konzentrieren, sie werden kreativer und sie erleben, wie man vielfältige Probleme flexibel löst. All dies ist kein theoretischer Stoff, sondern wirkt sich unmittelbar positiv auf die schulische Entwicklung aus. Vor allem zeigen wir diesen Kindern, dass wir an sie glauben und geben ihnen damit den Glauben an sich selbst. Und das ist die allerwichtigste Gabe für ihre weitere Entwicklung.
Um all dies fortzusetzen, benötigen wir Ihre Unterstützung. Mit 150 € können Sie ein Grundschulkind über ein ganzes Jahr hinweg fördern.
Unsere Personalkosten werden von unserem Stiftungsgründer Roman Krolich getragen, sodass Ihre Spende voll und ganz in diese wichtigen Projekte fließt.
Dafür im Namen der Münchner Schachstiftung und natürlich unserer Schachkinder ein ganz großes Dankeschön an Sie.
Welcome back to the second last round of the FIDE Women's Grand Prix here in Munich. We have so many exciting games, especially the very important game between Alexandra and Humpy. But it seems that Humpy has a pleasant position.
Yeah, very pleasant. Yeah, her opening preparation worked perfectly, and in fact now Alexandra is under quite some pressure. But she has shown in several other games impressive mental strength, her stamina. So we'll see whether Humpy succeeds to break her defensive down, because then everything is open in the last round, and even better chances for Humpy, because in case of a tiebreak, what counts first is who has the bigger number of black games, and this is Humpy.
And Humpy already won one leg in the FIDE Women Grand Prix. But as I said, in the finals, she only had the second place so far, but in every FIDE Grand Prix, which is very interesting.
Okay, so what happened here? After c4, yeah, she played the dynamic variation. We discussed about it. We thought about first rook b8, but I guess it comes about to the same. And now, of course, there's nice pressure against the b2 pawn. I mean, white can in a moment defend it passively with the bishop, but of course this is not what she wants, because then in some moment probably rook b4 and knight d4 will come. And always in many variations, this bishop, I'm sure, will prove its strengths. As we said, unless there will be a back row mate in some moment, because it takes away the natural escaping square for the king. Queen a2. This looks a bit strange square. Maybe black now can hop out with the queen to b5. What do you think? Or?
This is weird for me.
For me also. Queen a2 is a bit strange.
Why not rook d2?
Yeah, rook d2 looks natural. Just have to get rid of the arrows. Who did so many arrows?
It was you.
Okay. That was
You are an artist.
I was afraid of this answer, but yeah, rook d2 looks normal. While bishop c1 is a bit passive, but queen a2 is... Yeah, now's the question whether to play queen b5 or... In a blitz game you would play queen b5, admit it.
Yes, of course. Immediately.
Because the other idea is just to double in this way. Let's say rook, some move like rook b4 and then queen to b8. But maybe white wants to regroup with bishop d2 to c3. I think if white succeeds to get the bishop to c3, then maybe she gets some more stability.
But after queen b5, you
no,
need
after
to
queen
protect.
b5, I said that's the reason. Because otherwise it might be also nice to put first the rook and then the queen. But so does Alexandra have some trick up her sleeve after why queen b5 isn't so good? But okay, I think this pawn should be defended. I mean, in some moment white can maybe later enter here, but it doesn't look any dangerous because at least after the queens are exchanged, black can just approach with the king. And yeah, probably you will see in some moment, in some unpleasant moment for white, the knight will hop into, not yet, but it's waiting. Or other plan to play c4 and coming this way. But of course, at first white is pressed to find a defense for the pawn in b2. What should she do? Now rook d2?
But then it's the question, why not rook d2 before?
Yeah, the queen is a bit strange here on a2. And this knight doesn't have any perspectives. This knight does not have any perspectives.
This
And
bishop
as
doesn't
well.
have.
So this is, so to say, in a way, it's dead wood.
Yeah, very unpleasant.
Well, this is also not working yet, but I might imagine after c4. But now still it's... of course, it's also not easy to convert now with black. So what would you do now to win this important game, if you're in the shoes of Humpy?
In the shoes of Humpy, I would be so happy to be a grandmaster.
So we're totally relaxed and
Yeah.
just offer a draw and everybody's
Done
happy.
everything right in my life.
I must tell you, this is not the case.
It's not, so it's not the best if you're a grandmaster.
No, of course it's nice, but it's not the end of all problems.
Not
let's
the
put
final
it.
stage. Oh, unfortunately. I was hoping then all problems are solved forever.
Yeah, c4 maybe is nice because later you can put the bishop to d3 and
Yes, I like c4.
the only drawback is that maybe white can play knight d4, but I guess it will have some tactical drawbacks. Yeah, c4 is very normal.
And immediately knight d4, what do you think will happen here?
Because probably black will... because I cannot take instantly on e5, because c6 is weak, so probably I will have to take. But the problem being, if you take with the bishop, then bishop g5 might be annoying. If you take with the rook, then b2 is
No,
very
I
weak.
would take with the bishop, but is it so bad after bishop g5? Yeah, okay, it seems. Because where to go with the rook, then there's
Yeah, it
bishop
looks terrible.
d3. Ooh.
The bishop pair, this is absolutely crushing. I think this is resignable for white.
Yeah, no.
But this just shows
Horrible.
how dangerous the white position is. Yeah. It's interesting that Humpy isn't playing the natural move queen b5 quickly.
Yeah, I don't know what she's thinking.
I mean, maybe there are better moves, but here I think black should be more pragmatic. Okay, it's easy to say if you're not sitting here. Not
And
sitting
not
over
playing
there.
for the first rank, right?
Yeah, of course. No, probably expects Alexandra to have some devilish trap up her sleeve after queen b5. But okay, so let's look some other games.
Maybe you enjoy the game between Zhansaya and Mariya.
For sure.
We
Go
had
for the
queen
tournament
d6,
standing, it's not the most important, but
then queen e3, attacking. Okay, protecting. Protecting with e6 is interesting.
Well, someone has to protect a7, so what to do?
Yes.
Okay, but there were lots of moves played, so let's
Yeah.
proceed a bit.
Okay, rook c3.
Yeah, it's normal, putting pressure on the c-pawn. Black is defending.
And queen e5.
No, interesting decision, but maybe quite a good one. At first, when I just saw it when we were in the break in the monitor, I think it's an interesting decision.
This rook c6 move, or what do you mean?
Not the next white move, because she plays b4.
Oh, this one.
At first sight, it's not very obvious, because black gets rid of the... But I think this opening of the game that happened is pretty dangerous for black in the end, because of the weakness of the a-pawn. And the other side, otherwise it's maybe not easy to make progress with white. Although also bishop c4 looks like a normal move, of course, but interesting one. Also looks quite good for white, but okay. Plays b4, this is into a very concrete decision. Take, take, take. Okay, now probably take with the bishop. White queen invades, which she took with here, queen b4. And I think this type of position is pretty dangerous because of this of the a-pawn. Because it will queen b2. Okay, now playing in very slow style. Yeah, now the a4. Now just this what I saw. That's interesting because this weakness of this pawn. Also if queens are off, I think this is very dangerous for black.
I don't understand. Now after queen c2, aren't we already winning this pawn?
Quite possible. But maybe there was no good way to... well, okay, probably I would just play primitive moves like bishop b7. But maybe the bishop comes to c4 and black is under very strong pressure. Okay, well, let's look what happened. Queen c2 as proposed. Okay, but now in the moment you cannot take it because I threatened to take and queen d4 check, and just to show the line for the spectators. And then black is equalizing. And takes in b6. So this is probably the defensive idea.
But bishop e3, and then
yeah,
I'm
of
still
course.
attacking the pawn.
Yeah, of course. And as I said, this is very unpleasant. Oh, and even now it gives winning position for white.
Plus 4.5.
Oh my god. What's about queen b3? Queen b3? Just a primitive double attack on b7 and f7.
Primitive but strong.
Very strong. As I said, this type of position, this is... did she play it?
Yes.
Ah, she played, yeah. Yeah, yeah.
Can we move back instead of bishop b7 here?
Yeah, but it's a very bad position for black.
Yeah, I know. Is it somehow possible to defend with bishop e5? Would you take? This is also losing completely, right?
Take in queen b3 or queen a2 maybe even.
Queen a2, no. Okay, no, it's also not working.
Yeah, I think this was a very good decision by Zhansaya because it was absolutely obvious the idea to play b4 because you would think that you have somehow to massage this black c-pawn. But she understood that this type of position is extremely dangerous for black. So this is very bad news for Mariya. I think it's if you lose f7, this is totally crushing here. There's no counterplay against the white king with the beautiful bishops. So this seems to be a very bad day for the Muzychuk sisters.
And yesterday I had Zhansaya in the studio and we were talking about her games and tournaments so far. And then she told me she wasn't so lucky so far. And yeah, then suddenly she was lucky yesterday, and then we were discussing that maybe this is now the start for her great tournament here.
No, I mean, yesterday she was really lucky in a sense because her opponent played in very unusual... Dinara played a really very unusual blunder in one move. But today, I think she played a very good game so far.
Yeah, she did.
Very
But
good position.
I guess she gained self-confidence again.
Yeah, that's so important, self-confidence. Yeah, okay, I think when we look at other game, it's
Okay.
bad news for all Muzychuk sisters fans. But
What to do? We have Elisabeth against Jiner, which was also very interesting. And here, Jiner decided to sacrifice the pawn and go for this ending. And was hoping to be able to hold it somehow.
yeah, at first I thought it's a good decision, but when I took a closer look, I'm not so sure anymore. But anyway, maybe there was no better alternative. As we didn't like this move knight b8. I mean, this was very passive, and I think afterwards she was bound to lose the e-pawn. It was just a question. But there was, let's go ahead, because many moves played, and I guess all the fans of Elisabeth want to know how's the position. Yeah, as I said, at first I thought it's a good defensive idea, but in fact I think here, the knight is quite superior also to the bishop. Because the bishop really only hits this pawn here, and as long as nothing happens with the structure, you won't get anything. No dinner. While the white knight can attack from b4, c4, can attack these pawns, and I think so Elisabeth in fact has big advantage in this ending. He's not yet totally convinced.
The engine is convinced.
But poor Elisabeth doesn't know. I mentioned it already once, but I think none less than Magnus Carlsen said in these discussions about the cheating that it even would be enough to have an engine not to show you the move, but to show you if there's out of a sudden there's big advantage or something going on, to get unbeatable. You think you would get unbeatable with such an engine?
No.
Me neither.
As we saw in our commentary when there were some games and we knew there is something, but we couldn't figure it out.
Exactly. Sometimes we did, but
Yeah, and here I believe the idea from white is playing rook b4 and knight to c4, right?
yeah.
Seems very strong.
Well, I think it depends a bit where the black rook is moving now, but this would be a typical plan. As in, I think this is the weakness of these two pawns. This is the big problem. Not even the pawn down, but that these pawns are very weak against the flexible knight plus rook. And also this pawn will be weak some moments, so I think this is huge advantage. Yeah, also the engine agrees. Nearly +3 with one pawn up. This shows it's not only the pawn, but just very strong positional trumps. Okay, so we think Elisabeth is going to win.
Yeah, rook c5. Okay.
Rook c5. Maybe it's interesting to play rook c4 now. Maybe then rook e5. It's still some work to do here. Or just bring the king d3 maybe.
I wanted to go here. Is this also an idea? I mean, this is also nice. I'm not so sure where to go. Everything is beautiful.
Probably the black idea is to go b5
Yeah.
to change at least one. So this is why I thought about rook c4 maybe. I mean, black can play rook e5, but okay, I will play the king and. Yeah, probably black must play, but maybe rook e5 is still not so easy to break down. I wanted to play the king, probably d3. But maybe now b5 and black at least managed to change one pawn and then. Yeah, so it's not so easy to.
Check.
Probably king g6 and.
Maybe I move here. Oh no, then also b2. Okay, I'm not sure.
Okay, but let's maybe take a look at another game. I think here it's
Yes.
clear that Elisabeth, it's clear that she has clear advantage, but has to do still some technical work. I mean, for the engine, it's easy, +3. But would you think that you're totally winning here?
Oh, it's still hard work. I think I would be able to do so. And I also believe in Elisabeth's skills, because once I had a rook endgame against her and I had very good drawing chances, but she came up with many great ideas and then I lost in the end.
Mm-hmm.
So I know that she is really good in endgames.
Yeah, I think here white needs something prophylactic against b5. This would be nice.
Yes, b5 is really annoying.
Or maybe just king d3. I mean, maybe it's saying b5 to play a5 and...
She went for h3 here.
Okay, that's a very solid move. Just fixing the pawn on
Mm-hmm.
h4. Ah, this is cool. Then b5, maybe also just to go a5.
Yeah.
I mean, also after changing on b5, or even after b5, white can just play king d3 and just improve the king.
Yeah, white should win this. Okay.
And
But
maybe
let's move.
knight g4 also in a moment, and maybe because also the rook ending will be terrible.
Yeah.
Okay.
Good. Yeah, so here it's, as we discussed, not so
Okay, I think
great
we
for
can go to the
Mariya
next game.
anymore,
This is-
so we continue.
Yeah, this is
Alexandra
anyway
against Humpy. She went for queen z6.
no queen. Queen.
Okay.
No, she played.
Oh,
queen.
queen b5 first, yes.
Mhm.
Sorry, and now queen z6. Interesting.
We wanted to play c4, no?
Yes, I
We
think
thought
c4
that-
was very
We thought
interesting.
after rook d2 that c4 is very strong. Maybe also to put the rook to d3, and maybe the knight can come over via c5.
Mhm.
Okay, but still, I think the type of black advantage is quite a permanent one if black doesn't blunder something. So there's no hurry. I see, maybe she wants to play this other setup, first the rook and then the queen.
Yeah,
Maybe not.
which is also very interesting.
Maybe to put the queen to b7, not to allow any counterplay on the
Mhm.
back rank, because this is the only thing, as this takes away the air for the black king, that in some moment one of the white heavy pieces might enter
Yeah.
the back rank, but here, yeah, it also looks like a nice setup.
Nice set here by Humpy.
Hmm. But she has not so much time left. I mean,
No.
what is the rule? How many moves after move 35? How many moves?
You mean time?
Mhm.
15 to 20 minutes.
Yes, 15 minutes are okay after. We don't want to be too strict, but 15 minutes after move 35 will make you very happy.
But this won't happen in this
No.
game.
Definitely not.
Okay, continue. We have Dinara against Alina. And
Oh, interesting.
Wow,
She's
what
really trying to
happened
create something.
here?
Hmm. So it seems Dinara is really poised not to make a draw, because draw would be easy for white here, but she's really fighting very hard. That's impressive. This is really spirit.
Yeah, but why go for a draw? I mean,
Yeah, it's true. I just wouldn't run out of ideas for how to play for win with white. But sometimes it's wise just to play a bit up and down
mhm.
and wait whether your opponent keeps nerves or not.
This is exactly what they did. But
Mhm.
now queen e5.
No, this was the moment she could play a knight d7, or if she wanted, or does it blunder something? The engine doesn't like it, but... a5 is hanging, sorry. Sorry. This was the point. And then rook takes d4.
Yeah, it's just pawn up.
Mhm. Okay,
So b6.
6. Oh, interesting, she's really... And as I said, and sometimes I was happy to play this freeing move and found out that afterwards I'm still somewhat worse. So this is the frustrating thing in this type of position with black.
It is frustrating. Oh, what do I see on the board? I see rook on g7 on the board. Okay, let's
okay,
move
it's
there.
Quick.
Knight f6, queen e5. So far,
Mhm.
everything's all right.
Hitting here.
c5, yeah, as we mentioned. Sometimes a really good idea in the right moment. Weakens here and here, but yeah, we have some nice ideas later with the knights.
Yeah, very nice play by Dinara.
Now
Yeah,
rook
g3, now it's
g3.
very dangerous for black, and rook takes g7, of course.
Wow. So I guess king
Knight.
f8 was not the best
Oh,
move here.
knight e8 had to be played, obviously. And now it even gives slight advantage to black, but I mean, okay.
Because the structure is always unclear if it's good or bad.
Yeah, and the knight e4 now we have rook d5.
Yes, that's the problem, because I really wanted to play something with the knight.
Yeah, and if the queen now of black is reactivated, maybe queen a6, c4 or so.
Yeah, I like this move, black.
But I think king f8 is a horrible blunder, in my view. To allow rook takes g7.
Ooh, crazy. But here we see nice tactics.
Yeah,
Beautiful.
okay, but this is very obvious to in my view.
Yes, it is.
Sorry, not.
But
Don't want
still,
to sound.
I enjoy this tactic.
Don't want to sound arrogant, but this is very dangerous for black.
And also, Alina still had 20 minutes left on the clock. So this is a bit weird. She didn't think about this.
Maybe she wanted. Maybe it's not that bad for black, but I would think with the.
But this is horrible.
I think so.
And the black queen is just too far away.
The engine gives only +1, but I think for human beings to defend this, queen takes and knight can go to d6, and even if black can give back the exchange somehow, the white rook will swing over somehow.
Yep.
But this is crazy to allow this king f8. Maybe she got too ambitious. She thought now, but anyway, after knight e4, she would be forced to play knight e8.
That's right.
I don't know what to say. By the way, after rook d5, you might even play a queen g3 check. Maybe it's even more accurate than queen takes. Probably queen takes f6 check is enough. This would be good news for Dinara. I mean, well deserved, because she's really very unlucky. I mean, if there's luck in chess, but
There's a lot of luck in chess.
yeah. But what is luck in chess?
I don't know, for example, blunders. If your opponent is blundering, yeah, of course you can say this is some kind of pressure you put on your opponent during the whole game, but still.
No, my theory is that the only real luck in chess is the state your opponent is in, because there are, well, you have some influence, but on some things not. I mean, if you imagine you play 2 tournaments, in each tournament you play about the same level, and in one tournament each of your opponents is in the form of his life, and the other one, each one has got some toothache, some stomach ache, some love problems. Then you will play the same level, but the result will be at least 2 or 3 points different. And that's what I think is the real luck factor in chess.
So I guess my opponents were in best shape during the last year when I played against them.
You made him very happy.
Yes, I did, that for sure.
Okay, so we thought this was a big blunder, king f8, and because after knight e8 the black position was quite okay. But this goes really to Dinara's fighting spirit, because he really thought probably he would play a bit up and down and then make a draw. But she really wanted to create something. Look here, this knight maneuver, knight c5, a4, and so far also Alina defended very well. Then she hits the pawn on a5, so it's a bit teasing her opponent a bit. Now the black queen, she has deflected the black queen from the king side. And now she switches over to the king side, so very nice play. But in fact, just after knight e8, it seems everything is holding, but still it shows. When the king is attacked, sometimes even the best players lose their calm. And this will be a very hard defensive task for Alina. Although the engine thinks it's only +1, but in the practical game. Yeah, Dinara, if you see this, look at the screen, she looks very poised.
Oh yeah.
To cash in a full point this time. Okay, so let's
continue with another game. Zhongyi against Nana.
I would don't think it's totally winning for black, because again we have an ending with bishops of different color.
Oh, can we just quickly move back? There, so many moves happened.
Yeah, but we said this ending is huge advantage for black. d4. Yeah, yeah, it's terrible. But she's hoping for these bishops of different color, but I think here there's absolutely no chance to survive. Because the point is that these 2 pawns are so far distant.
And it's a scissor, and not on one diagonal, which is a big problem for a bishop.
The only chance would be if we would succeed to sacrifice the bishop for these 2 pawns, because then in the end, these 2 pawns cannot win, because this is the wrong corner. This is the only defensive idea, but I think it's just a dream. And she can win this pawn, but this pawn is for nothing, because this is very important, because this bishop here protects this pawn and at the same time stops this one.
Yep.
So this pawn is like not existent, so to say, and plus just the black king is marching over.
Yeah, and here we have this so-called scissor, meaning that the bishop can't protect both pawns at the same time. So this is also the principle of one diagonal. There you have very good chances to make a draw, but here we have some kind of scissor, and this is the worst case for a bishop.
Yeah, just the black king will advance. I mean, the only defensive idea is somehow for white to with the white king to stop the black king to invade. But I don't think there's any chance to implement this in the structure.
But I'm wondering if there was some chance somewhere here. Here after f4, I think this is a critical position.
Okay, interesting. Maybe king f3.
We can try.
The ideas of the fg, king takes e3.
Sure, this works?
No. I thought bishop f3 now. But then it's the wrong pawn. I have to... No, it doesn't work. No, anyway, I cannot stop the other pawn. No, this doesn't work.
And one game just finished. Dronavalli against Anna, and I guess that Dronavalli won this game. Let's quickly have a look. Yeah, and Dronavalli won. Yeah, we don't know what happened here. It was somehow really weird.
It was kind of blackout for Anna.
I guess so, yeah.
Yeah, because she could take in b4 with some advantage and no risk. And instead she played this move e5 to be dismissed before. And now instead she falls into a very bad position against the 2 bishops in the c-line. Yeah, b3.
And also f4,
yeah, f4
as I was suggesting. And attacking the pawn.
No, the d5 is weak.
Protecting.
Nice move, rook h5.
And this seems to be a mistake too. Why not protecting it from here?
Wow, but maybe b5 and... Anyway, I mean, it's relatively better, but the position is very bad, I think. Let's just look what happened, because
okay, yeah.
I think it doesn't matter so much. Yeah, b5, this is a very nice move, and now f6 is weakened.
This poor rook. And now it's courts very soon.
Oh, it's getting worse and worse.
Yeah. Yeah, and Anna resigned here.
Oh, poor Anna, this is really a painful defeat, especially when she could just get with a normal move, just in better position.
And especially this time, her preparation worked out perfectly.
Yeah.
She had a lot of time on the clock. Like here.
Yeah, but I noticed versus, I think I told already this in some other games, that sometimes if your preparation comes perfectly after a long forcing line, then it's still, and even though you're better, even after your line, it's difficult to find into the game, because you just played memorized moves.
And we will have a special guest right now, so let's have a short break.
So, welcome to our studio. Harika, congratulations.
Thank
Very
you.
impressive win against a very strong opponent. So, this game gave us as commentators some puzzles, some things that we did not understand. So, we're very grateful. You can lead us through the game. Well, we guess this is quite for some time and this known opening line. Personally, I did not know this move rook a7. Is this known already for some time?
No, it's possible. There are many ways to play from black, and this is one of it.
Yeah, interesting. Yeah, it seems so far that Anna for quite some time also was in her preparation. As it seems.
Yeah.
So, which was the moment that your preparation stopped? If it's possible to tell such secrets.
Yeah. No, this position I know it is better, but I wasn't, or better or equal at least. White is fine, but I didn't know how to continue. I just forgot my prep at some point. I don't know if these are the accurate moves. I feel like this could be the idea, but I wasn't sure. Okay, I think this is, I don't know. I didn't like White's position so much actually, to be frank. I thought bishop e7 could be pretty strong, but
Yeah, the big puzzle for us was now after rook b5, ab, why she didn't just take rook takes b4. This we didn't understand at all.
Yeah, I think she just missed bishop e5, bishop g4, king e1. This could be the only.
Maybe the pin she didn't realize.
Yeah, I think king e1.
Because after rook takes b4, it seems black is slightly better and without risk. So this was some.
Yeah, I don't know. Like I think I did play inaccurately a little bit, but then this e5 blender gave me chance.
Yeah, because I think after this, the engine also thinks it's some advantage to
No,
black.
but I thought like bishop e5 and bishop c3, if f6 I have g5 and some double bishop position.
Ah yeah, bishop e5 is nice. This we did not see.
Yeah, I wouldn't say it's accurate game. I think it was just misplayed by Anna. And I think after e5 it was just pretty smooth.
Yeah, then we liked very much the way you handled it.
I think, okay, after the other position I felt so good to play this already. This is
now it's
easier
beautiful
to
for
play.
White.
Yeah, this is easier to play from White. Nothing much to do, just to push all the pieces and show the double bishop advantage.
Yeah, rook h5 was also a very nice move, provoking
Yeah.
g6 and.
Yeah. Okay, I think
Yeah, now
it's
it's a
just one
nightmare for
mistake
black.
from black. Yeah.
Yeah, but then after this mistake, I think it was very nice positional play. Then. Very good technique.
Thank you.
Yeah, the finish was beautiful, but of course for Anna it must be a nightmare if you get your preparation in the good position and then.
Yeah, that's how life is. That's how sport is.
Yeah, absolutely.
For one it goes well, and for one it goes bad. So.
Yeah, I mean for the spectators it's very entertaining, for sure.
Thank you. I'm just glad that finally I won one game at least, because after missing a position and completely winning with Kosteniuk, I think it was a big setback for my confidence. I really needed one win, because after a long time I'm getting to play a proper classical tournament, and I think this is good already.
Yeah, congratulations, and we wish you a good game tomorrow.
Thank you.
Good finish to the tournament.
Thank
Thanks
you.
a lot. So, welcome back after the fascinating interview with Harika Dronavalli. And of course, we will switch now to the all-decisive game between Alexandra and Humpy. And let's look what happened here. We said that Black has got a clear advantage and Alexandra is very hard pressed. But on the other hand, in several other games, she showed already very impressive defensive skills. Okay, she tries to swing over now, and yeah, this is the moment. One moment I said this bishop will enter the game with great effect, and now it's a very unpleasant position, even though at first sight maybe it's not so terrible, but just the point is that White does not have any perspective for her pieces. Now Black threatens to crush the White pawn position here, and well, maybe she has to go back with the knight to e1, but maybe then rook a1, and the white pieces get more and more entangled. And what's unpleasant, that Black can try many things and without risking anything. Yeah, probably this in the right moment now to go to a1 with the black rook. This is very unpleasant because for the moment the white rook cannot contest here the first rank. And what would you play here with white? Okay, this is a mean question.
This is mean.
Imagine you've got only 2 minutes left now for 9 moves. What would you do? Okay, I would panic at first.
First of all, this will never happen because of my great time management. Right?
Of course.
b3. Oh, no. I wouldn't go for b3.
Okay, but now we must stay with the game. It's
yeah. Probably knight e2, e1, yes.
Yeah, but rook 2.
I know it's just really bad, but b3, At least it's protecting rook to a1.
Well, now Black has the pleasant choice between rook b4 probably and rook a3.
I would go for rook a3.
And then take an f3 or... I think I also would have played rook to b4 to keep, because here this have more options to play c4, and also if white defends now passively, rook b2. Well, if you want, you can take an f3 and crush the white. But also. But definitively you should. You can play bishop d5.
Yes.
Because knight d2. I thought this would be the right move, but e2 is hanging.
Yeah, and I'm waiting for knight c1 here, and then only afterwards I will
take an f3,
and then I also have knight to d4.
Yeah, this is terrible position. Yeah, maybe there's even something stronger, but I think also this is not the very strongest, but still strong.
c4 immediately, maybe.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, no, they're just losing. No, wait a moment.
Why not?
bc.
Oh, my queen.
But you might fall back here with queen b7, for example, hitting f3, and if white is doing anything about this,
and then c4.
And then you play c4, and with extremely strong pressure.
Okay.
Okay, this is very exciting because both are now also down in time. It happened. Knight c1 happened.
Plus 6.5 for black.
Already as a spectator, I feel my heart rate clearly going up.
But where is the winning move? Do you think that there is something right at the moment, or is it just this huge advantage of the position? Like this long term?
I think just taking f3 must be very good for black, and then maybe even done c4 maybe. Opening up the position. I mean, this here is white is totally disorganized. This is very bad, and also the black bishop is coming out any moment, and if this bishop is changed, then the white king is losing any shelter. The rook will switch over, and I think this is
Good enough, yes.
and easy to play for black, I think, because now, of course, the time pressure will tell. I mean, there are 30 seconds increment, but I think we should stay with this game. Because
Yeah,
this
for
is
sure,
now
for sure.
she took an f3, yeah, of course.
And c4.
Yeah, c4, very natural. And it's so unpleasant to play such a position for white, because, you know, whatever you do, there are no real solutions.
Alexandra needs a miracle right now.
But she has produced some miracles already in this tournament.
But this time I think there is no miracle left.
Maybe rook b2, hoping on cb, rook b3, at least to change the rook. I mean, but the problem is, after any turn of events, I mean, black is clearly better. Yeah, she did it.
b2.
But I'm pretty sure that black does have some better stuff. Maybe now queen c6 or d5. Queen d5 looks nice somehow. Hitting f3. But still, of course, black can go wrong any moment.
Only 1 minute, 38 seconds left.
And the engine
still
gives
6
totally winning
moves.
position. This is interesting. Minus nil, minus 7. Okay, so there must be an absolutely winning move here. Or maybe the position is just in general so bad. But this is interesting. Would you think it's minus 7 here?
No. Minus 7, I would believe that there is like one winning move. But I think it's more something with long term. I think queen d5 will come. What do you think?
Yeah.
Oh, it's queen
or
b7.
queen
Yeah.
b7,
Okay.
Anyway, this is the right way to go, to hit f3. And now if white goes f4, then maybe just invade with the queen to f3 or...
And after king g2?
After king g2, I take in b3 and then I swing over to g4 with my rook.
Oh yeah, this is working. Oh,
And then this will be the end.
yes, okay.
Yeah, there's so many weaknesses in the white camp, and white has absolutely no counterplay. This is really, it's a nightmare position with white. But it must be said that she got totally outplayed. A very strong game by Humpy.
Yeah, Humpy is playing really great chess. I like it a lot, and it's not
Very
wondering
impressive.
for me that she has so many second places in this Women FIDE Grand Prix.
Yeah, it might be an Indian day today.
True. Can be 2 out of 2.
Our speaker Jolly will be very happy.
But especially today he is not watching.
Maybe he does at home. Well, you don't think he's following our commentary?
He's holding thumbs, I guess.
She's crossing fingers for sure from his... she played something. Bishop d2. This I didn't see. And it's always good in the situations to play something that is surprising for your opponent, even if it's not good. Then. So after cb, rook b3, I mean, it's still very bad. Let's say after move c5, but I guess this is not really the...
There must be something else.
But interesting defensive idea.
Yeah, bishop c5.
Oh yeah, this looks very good. Because, yeah, still, of course, the pawn is still pinned. Oh, yeah, bishop c5 is very strong. Because the important thing is, didn't realize for a moment that white cannot take in c4 because b2 is hanging, and so then she's... Probably there's no better move than retreat with the bishop to e3 or rook b1. But now bishop d4, and isn't it... no, sorry.
Then the rook is
No, maybe it's
hanging on
possible,
b4.
but of course there's no reason to sack a rook. Knight d4 now.
Plus 10.
Yeah, knight d4 now. That's luck.
The knight d4 is completely killing.
I think so. And now... And then simply... still king g2, still hanging on. But now simply c takes b3, because I think you cannot take in c5, because queen f3 check, and then it's...
It's crushing.
Okay, but she has only... she played something.
It was knight e4.
Yeah, knight d4. Very strong play by black. Because for us as commentators, of course, easy to speculate, but over the board, it's totally different story. When you know if you make a wrong decision, then everything is gone. I mean, this puts immense pressure.
And having only 1 minute left.
Yeah, now we saw just c takes b3, and then it's really the end, because white cannot take in c5.
Yeah, and only 3 moves left for black until the 40 move, and then she will gain another 30 minutes for the rest of the game. So,
but the sad thing for white, white doesn't have any threat. I mean, black can play any move here, so it's not any move.
That's the bad news, yes.
Maybe not any move. But c takes b3 looks very convincing.
And then I just try queen takes c5. And then I get checkmate.
I think so, because the rook is somehow swinging over, and...
Yeah, but what else?
Yeah, but Humpy has to decide if the time is...
Yeah.
I think
She
took
took
in.
with the knight. Oh no. Yeah, with the knight, yes.
Okay. Yeah, it's not bad either. The other one was maybe very slightly stronger, but of course this... Because knight b3, now she can play rook b3, and she will keep the b-pawn. This is also very convincing.
2 moves left until the 40th move.
Still, I would have preferred c takes b3, but okay. But it's also totally winning. Yeah, simply threatening to take in d2, so white must react. Probably she must change in b3, but after rook takes b3, it's rook takes b3, pawn takes b3. And then queen b2, maybe even bishop d4, or bishop a3 probably is better. Bad news for Alexandra, but of course for all chess fans, now the tournament became really exciting again.
Then the last round will decide who will win this tournament.
But it must be said, I mean, of course, Alexandra had huge defensive skills, but in some games she was also lucky, because there were relatively simple wins for opponents that they didn't find in. But it's no surprise for us that this is going downhill so much for white. So probably she took in b3, or what did she do?
No, bishop e1.
e1, okay. But still, I like her defense, because always to play moves that are kind of surprising for the opponent. I also would not see bishop e1 at least.
Yeah,
knight c1.
easy decision.
Sober decision, and then rook c1, now rook b3. But now rook takes b4. Queen takes b4. Oh, also bishop b4. Probably, yeah, the c-pawn is queening in the end. Probably bishop takes b4. Because the queen ending, I think, is also hopeless for white.
Yeah.
Yeah, the thing now. But still now black has to be a bit careful now with the... Maybe this wasn't the cleanest sweep, but I mean it's...
In time travel, it's
Yeah,
not
but
so
it's-
easy. It's still +3.
Yeah, black is totally winning.
Yeah, now take the bishop, right?
Yeah, take the bishop and then... And I think the only white counter chance is to drum up something with e5, e6. So maybe play something with queen d5 or... Because I think this is the only thing that black should not allow here.
Or is it better to keep the bishops? Because here, I think it's not so easy. c3 is protected.
Yeah, you have to be a bit careful. I mean, for human beings, it's maybe not to run into some perpetual. Okay, but if you move the bishop, then you lose c4 or what?
I'm still thinking what I will do. And maybe queen b5, c5. I'm not saying this is a good idea. I'm just thinking maybe it's better to keep the bishop somehow.
I don't think it's really... I mean, c5 in this position.
Oh yeah, this is also possible, yes. Yeah, why not this? c5.
Yeah, c5 is interesting because then at least if she takes and then maybe just take with the pawn. And hoping that it's still with this e6 move, then it's... No, maybe not.
No, then I prefer the
Yeah.
queen endgame.
Yeah,
Like
Yeah,
the
I mean,
lower
I
with
think
immediately taking, yes.
I think the queen ending is a solid move like queen d5 here, not giving white any counterplay. And because the point being, I think if I put my queen to d3, then my king will be very safe on h7.
No, you mean after e6 just take
Mhm.
and then king is safe. Yeah, it's a good idea.
Well, white still has some f4, f5, so it's... But it's very tough defense by Alexandra. I think she just missed a total knockout here, but of course with this little time.
Yeah, I guess you were right. Taking with the pawn is stronger.
Yeah, so taking with the pawn, I thought is the absolute end. I mean, because if you cannot take in c5 now, then it's... And if you take in c5, then I think this is somehow mating. But still I can understand that it's not... Yeah, the first moment. It's not obvious.
No, it's not.
It's totally winning, it's made somehow, but, but for human beings it's... maybe it's just a move like
Knight c2.
knight c2, yeah, and then... no, it's hanging. It's attacked.
Oh
see,
yeah,
it's-
yeah, the bishop is also attacking, right?
So this is interesting, why this is totally winning. I had the feeling that it's totally winning, but I would be quite shocked in the game if I played this and my opponent takes, and now queen f3 check, and now, and panic.
Okay, but why don't give check here? King and
Yeah.
take
You simply
here?
take, yeah. Yeah, right, yeah. That's a very simple solution.
And everything is protected.
Yeah, now it's totally winning.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, that's...
And if white is just waiting, like in the game with... I don't know which move.
But even knight takes f3 now is a threat.
Yeah, I know. That's the problem. So, for example, bishop e1. Just to see how bad this position is.
Yeah, it is totally crushed. And so in the game now, Humpy has to do a bit of work, I mean, but it's a clearly winning queen's ending. But she needs some more precise moves
What would you play now with black?
in this position.
Yes.
Knight takes f3.
Knight takes f3 immediately. Yeah. Looks
Yeah.
very strong.
This for once is a simple decision.
And just to see how dead this position already is for white. Okay,
Okay, but
here
this was a more technical solution.
taking on c1, yeah, was a time travel move, but still should be enough. Oh, sorry, and the game is at the moment here.
Yeah, absolutely rightly that Humpy takes some time now to relax and calm down a bit before she makes a decision. And I think she will play this taking e1 and queen d5. And but it's again incredible defense by Alexandra.
Yeah.
This is big. These are big defensive skills, because even though the position is still lost, but she succeeded to avoid immediate disaster. Still have some small drawing chances in the queen's ending instead of being just crushed tactically. And with black, you're also 100% happy because you feel that you had a forced win before, a totally winning position, and now you have still to do some work. Yeah, I think she took in e1.
Yes, she took. Okay, but let's have a look at the other games. There was this time travel period. And for example, this was very interesting. Dinara against Alina. Here we saw this beautiful rook sacrifice on g7, knight e4, and rook d5. Okay, take. Queen h4. I don't know, I was thinking about this move.
Okay, but then black can maybe sack back on d6. I mean, it's bad, but it's...
Yeah, okay, you're right. Better to keep this knight, yes. Queen h4.
I was wondering to swing the rook over somehow to... Oh, maybe rook f5 is... No, rook f5 is... No, d8 is hanging. Okay, so... Rook d3, but okay, but maybe rook g8. Yeah, this is not an automatic win. I mean, it's very strong for white. So I can understand queen h4, absolutely.
I don't understand queen a6.
This is surprising, in fact.
Because now I have knight f6. Why not rook f5? Ah, because rook is hanging. Okay,
No, the
sorry
rook is
for
hanging.
that.
Yes.
But
Yeah, probably this is... And if black plays something like king g7, then really rook d3. Okay, but let's look what happened. How's the position now? Knight f6 now. So white is a pawn up and black does have a bad pawn position.
but one question, because Engine says this is
Yeah,
completely winning here.
No, I'm not amazed about this. Maybe now rook d3.
Now rook d3
no,
is not possible
it's hanging.
because of the queen.
Maybe knight g4. What do you do with the knight g4? Yeah, I think now black is totally crushed. This queen and knight combination is always so dangerous.
Still, I give my best.
Okay.
I know.
Yeah, okay, but it's the same like in the game, but with even one
But
more.
with one more pawn, yeah,
Yeah,
that's
also-
the point.
And then you're 2 pawns down. I mean, this is hopeless.
Yeah, at least I'm not checkmate.
And in the game... Okay, she's 1 pawn up, but instead of 2 pawns. And of course, this is a big difference. White is clearly better, but this is really hard technical work.
Mm.
Okay, so let's look what's in the other games. Well, but still in a way, I mean, I don't know whom to wish luck, but... Ah yeah, what happened here?
We have Zhongyi against Nana.
Here we thought that Nana is totally winning this ending.
Oh yeah, here we were thinking about this king of 3, right?
Yeah, but didn't work.
No, it's also not working. And she just goes crazy again. Okay, so take. And here we were talking about this scissor. It's interesting that like hasn't won yet.
King, yeah. Why King G3? I would play King F3, but it is very strange.
I guess for fun. Why not?
Okay, but still can't understand. But King F3 is immediate resignation. No? What do you do after King F3?
Okay, and black won.
Anyway.
Just move back.
Okay.
I don't know, I think she just attacked this pawn and I don't know, it's also a good idea. Because now H5 is also not working because of King F2.
Yeah, but you give the pawn and still might try to put up a fortress, I mean.
But this is no possible fortress.
Yeah, but I mean after King F3 is immediately one of the pawns promoting. After King F3 is... This pawn is absolutely unimportant here.
Yeah, I guess she had a lot of fun playing.
This is very strange, I mean, sorry.
I don't know. Maybe I would also go
because
for
now you
this.
have to again to go around with the king and find these tricks here and
Okay, and here white resigned. Yeah, black's idea is just to go here and white has to wait and then yeah, of course here.
Yeah,
we win.
Yeah, this was impressive win banana. Wait, how was the opening here? I keep forgetting here. It was this line. Yeah, now I remember. Yeah. This interesting isolated pawn position, and white played this move queen d4, and then it went totally wrong. Yeah, but very strong game by Nana.
Yeah, and now Nana has 6 points. So there's still a lot possible. Probably not the first place, but even this is a possibility if everything works out perfectly for her. But looking very promising that she will be on the 3rd place. Because now this game was actually between 2 players with 5 points. So they were both on the 3rd rank or playing for the 3rd rank.
So let's... Oh no, this wrong direction as usual. Oh yeah, queen d5 happened, queen b4. And so of course, as we said, it's... Oh, she looks extremely sad. I don't know why, but I'm always associating with the one who's losing or making some blunder. Never was the winner, I don't know why. Psychologically, surely interesting. So, what's the cleanest way to win now? You're the endgame specialist.
King h7.
Then queen b1 check, you're queen d3.
Yes.
Yeah, king h7 looks like a useful move.
Because at the moment, after queen d3, I guess the idea is queen b8 and taking on c7. And I mean, this also lost, I guess, but okay, what to do with white? I mean, it's
yeah,
just
but in the moment you hit the f7 pawn and you cannot take in e5, then you have the e pawn as some. So then you have to calculate very accurately.
Yeah. Okay. Very promising for Humpy at this stage. But continue with the other games. Zhansaya now has a completely one position against Mariya, at least according to the engine, but let's have a look. Oh, here we were somewhere, right?
Mm-hmm.
H5 and... Okay,
Oh, okay. Mm-hmm.
black is losing all the pawns. But last trick here, of course, we can't take. But yeah, queen b2.
Mm-hmm.
And taking here. Ah, because of e5 check. It's also a threat.
Mm-hmm.
So
And on take, she wants to play queen d1 check. But maybe it's still a nice idea, even though it doesn't work after bishop f3. Oh well, but after king f3 we have king f3, queen d1 check with queen e2, and then it's totally over. No? Ah, h5 is also hanging, so it's maybe it's a funny idea.
the best try in this position, yeah.
Mhm. Yeah, very creative. Maybe white should play. Can white play e5, but then bishop e4. Mm-hmm. Maybe no king g3, and only after queen g4 check to go to f2.
Also knight can take with check.
Yeah, but of this I'm not afraid at all. Just the problem is if you play queen e2 or something, then I have queen h1 check. Okay, queen g2 is also winning, and then queen h5, king f2 is also winning.
I don't understand. What's the problem here? If I just move... I think
Oh, but
here.
Yeah, it's also... Well, maybe queen h4 check, and no. Ah, and you have bishop g1.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, but it's no wonder that anything is winning.
Yeah,
You just have to decide.
this happened.
Okay, so this is...
Okay, Zhansaya will probably win this, yeah.
Yes.
Then Elisabeth against Jiner. Yeah, this interesting endgame where Elisabeth is one pawn up. What happened here? So, yeah, it was
Oh, well, a5, this is
A5?
tough move.
interesting.
To put the pawn in black squares is quite surprising here. We thought about b5, but...
Yeah, b5 and then maybe trying here something, and then we were thinking about keeping the pawn.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but still, at least there's some hope of some counterattack against a5 in a moment, maybe.
I mean, I would go for king d3 and in worst case later b4, and also this pawn is protected, so
Yeah, also
I'm
knight
fine.
g4 maybe in a moment.
yes. Okay. But
A5
a5 I think is just helping white.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, very strange.
King d3 also
Mhm.
looks like a good move. King c2.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I like it.
Why do you like king c2? What's the idea behind this move?
Just fortifying the queen side and then... Okay, still white has to think how to make concretely progress. Maybe knight e3 now. Maybe knight e3. Still there knight d5 and... I mean, even b4, b5 might be considered.
Yeah, but also waiting with king c2 is okay. I mean, what should black play? The king can't improve. And here was bishop e7, and then the knight came.
Still white has to clinch to win somehow. Yeah, the next pawn is fixed on black square, so I think Elisabeth is doing it very nicely.
Okay, attacked. Also rook d4.
Yeah, rook d4, this would also would play.
And king back, yes? Yeah, I don't understand king c2, I don't know.
But there's no hurry.
And now b5.
Okay, this is maybe a bit of a pity to allow it, but... Yeah, sometimes in such position it's objectively totally winning, but it's not so easy to clinch the win for human beings. I guess probably take and again king c2.
Yeah, that's what happened.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
And rook e4 and king f7. And this is the position at the moment on the board.
Maybe rook a4, knight d2 to c4, but somehow it seemed easier before to me then.
Yeah, I also think so. It was much easier somewhere here. I guess here. White had something.
Well, maybe the plan with b4, b5 is very strong.
No, before?
Mm-hmm. The engine doesn't like it so much, but it's not bad. I think probably have to take, and my idea is just to go b5 and make it. Maybe black must go bishop d8 and.
Maybe I can hold this.
Maybe baby. Yeah, but I can understand that you don't want to play b4, had to change a pawn.
No, I would do something with my knight and with my rook. I just don't know what.
Well, it would be nice to bring the rook to a b5, maybe rook f4 now, and with the idea to play rook f5, b5.
But then the black king can activate.
It's the question if that helps anything.
Yeah, still with white, I don't know. I would have liked my king here.
Okay, and if I really do this rook f4, is it so bad if the black king is activated? Yeah, the engine doesn't like it at all. Okay, I take it back. Yeah, but it's not so easy. I mean, maybe knight e3 and rook c4. Let's put it this way around. But also this the engine is not so happy about. Well, it's still +2, but. And here the engine is +5. Whew. So this means we're at least winning one more pawn. But it's not obvious.
No, it's not so easy to play.
No. I somehow like this rook f4, f5 idea, but just the engine doesn't agree. Well, I think in a normal game probably I would play knight e3 here.
Yes.
So what did Elisabeth play? King c2.
King c2. Knight e5. I mean, this still looks very nice.
Yeah, also looks absolutely.
No, rook g4.
What about rook c4 here? Also not the absolute hammer.
Oh, then I'm losing. Sorry for that.
Yeah, that's right, rook e6 and then it's... I know, then it's mate.
Yeah, then, yeah.
Yeah, but also rook c4 was not what the engine wanted to see.
I don't know. Okay, rook g4 and g5. And what Elisabeth played?
Looked very logical.
Yeah, it looked very logically.
Maybe one should not allow c5, but maybe what's if I play It looks okay, I admit it looks anti-positional. But if I placed anyway, place c4 here with the idea rook d5. Okay, but I admit it's very anti-positional.
Let's have a look what the engine thinks here.
Probably it's a big blunder.
Doesn't like it. Tja.
But after rook d5, then what does black do? Ah, king f7, e6. No, also doesn't. Okay, rook d5.
Counter attack on c4.
Okay, but king d3. Maybe rook e5 now. Isn't this totally winning? Okay, I think that's just speculations. Let's rather look at the crucial game of the tournament.
Yeah, what is happening in the game also seems okay for white.
Yeah, but always white keeps the advantage, but it's not the end. But it seems
Somehow
to be not.
moving with the c-pawn.
Okay, well, let's rather look at the Humpy game.
Yes.
Oh, here's quite a lot of action happened.
Yeah. Okay. Queen d5, queen b4, and Humpy 2.
Ah, so simple. This is a very simple solution.
Interesting. And here I can't take.
No, you can, but probably c5 is the idea, I guess.
And then I just move with queen and
Yeah,
c-pawn.
because your white has no counterplay, I guess. Yeah, interesting solution.
Yeah, interesting. So Alexandra didn't take this pawn. Now check and f5. And queen b7.
It's also a strange decision.
I mean, with white, I rather have taken this pawn
yeah,
here.
of course. But this is totally hopeless, no?
Yeah, now I have two c-pawns.
Because with the queen on e5, there's never a perpetual. I mean, even if you reach g6 with the queen, then there's no perpetual. What's the idea behind queen b7? If I go c3? Or maybe queen c6, because she thinks you cannot make progress then. But let's say I play queen c5 here. Can you reach g6?
And
okay.
what? Yeah, sorry. No, I was thinking about this move, and if I take this one, and you take one of my c-pawns, what about this?
Naja, if you keep one c-pawn, of course, that's easy winning.
Yeah, so why not go for this, taking the h-pawn, then there is no perpetual?
Yeah.
Or what was your idea here after queen b7? Queen c5, right?
Queen c5 is just...
She played this move. Yeah, seems easier than my idea.
Right, because at first I thought queen a6 with the shred, queen g6, but then you just play c6 then.
Yeah, this is what happened in the game. And now after c6, she can try queen d8 again, and then move to e6. But the c-pawn is running.
Okay, let's try c6. No, the engine doesn't like it at all. Interesting, I thought it's an automatic move. So it's not so easy. I thought it's very easy. Okay, but for engines, of course, it's this is just peanuts, of course. Of course, I can go c3, but I thought that c3 is not convincing here. And then coming back here. Maybe black will have to come back to your plan somehow to bring the queen to g5 and take the h5 pawn. But it's interesting that it's not so. I thought it's much more easy. But again, creative defense by...
But what was the problem now with c6? Was it queen z8?
I think so.
Okay, now this is the idea, or also here, I guess.
Maybe f4 now.
And why not queen d5? And
queen e8 probably.
Yes.
Yeah, that's good, but just black now, maybe queen f7.
I see the problems.
Yeah, but again, very inventive defense by Alexandra. Because it really looks totally hopeless, but it's... she shows her cat skills. I would be so sure that c6 is the right move here. But probably it's wrong. Because the engine shows +6.
There must be something.
Yeah, what makes me nervous that I'm really totally sure that even with enough time I would play c6.
Oh yeah, and Humpy only has 5 minutes left.
Well, if Alexandra survives this, then it's she gets a special medal for.
So I guess it was really easier to go for this pawn.
It means some queen e7 now in this position.
Oh, also
or
here.
Queen f4.
Not sure. Queen e7. Yeah, I think I went for queen e7 before.
Yeah, it doesn't matter, probably.
And then taking this h pawn and giving up one z pawn.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know, for me this looks easier.
Yeah, they're absolutely right, because then this when the black king is very safe. Yeah, I like this idea.
Okay.
Seems to be, even though if you play like an engine, this is maybe even more precise what Humpy played, but your idea is the safe way to win for humans. And we don't really know how to it's also amazing. This, for example, this is a big psychological problem for me. If I know my position is dead lost, to stay sitting at the board when my opponent is thinking. I'm so disgusted with my position usually that I always run around.
Maybe that's the difference between you and Alexandra.
Exactly, and when I get a chance, then...
For me, it seems that she still loves her positions, even though they are bad.
Yeah, that's a big
So
difference.
immediately c3.
Yeah, I thought about it, but now she will check and come back with the queen. Now must play king g8. And then probably queen e6 check is nothing because of king f8. But queen e8 check.
Yeah, so here
then
this
king
is
escapes.
of course not very interesting.
No.
And then we escaped. So king g8 and
then of course queen e8
queen
check
e8.
and forcing the black queen back. And maybe it is the idea then to go to f6 with the queen and to start to play your plan.
Okay. But before the engine didn't like my plan with +5. Now engine still believes in +4.
Now queen c6.
But this time I don't win the h pawn and keep a c pawn, right?
No, but if win will f3, I think. The idea was to play like this and
Taking on c7?
c7. I know that c3 is protecting f3. This was the problem. So I must somehow go another way around. Maybe queen d8 now. Because then, no, yes.
And then I take c3?
Yeah, c3, and now I saw the difference being that now if you take c7, that it's the f3 hanging. And with 2 pawns up, this should be easy.
Yeah.
The point is that you should not take c3 as the last pawn, because then you will protect f3 and here.
Okay.
And I think this must be easy winning now. This queen c7, queen f3, and then I think there is no hope.
That's true. This is a good idea for black.
So you can always fall back to your human plan. But just queen f6 would be imprecise, because then
Good to know. And Humpy only has 3 minutes left for the rest of the game. Alexandra still has 30 minutes left to defend.
And extremely tough defense, still very impressive from Alexandra.
She went for queen f6.
Oh, but this is the worse version. Oh, yeah, the engine doesn't like it a lot. Doesn't like it at all.
Yeah, engine thinks this is now equal again. What's happening right now?
Incredible. But this is really the miracle.
Miracles happening again.
Yeah, because after queen e7, just for this reason, just to show it once more, let's say queen e7 or... So maybe she doesn't take in c3, but okay, then next
what
move I can
else?
play c2 then.
Okay, she could have made a king move. Probably. Really moving with the king.
Yeah, maybe king f1.
No, this idea worked out before a little bit better. Like immediately my idea with queen e7. Okay,
incredible.
but this should be a draw.
Yeah, no, it says draw. This is queen and it was full 2 pawns up. Okay, this is the turn. This is Alexandra's tournament. Nothing to be said. No words. But in fact, it wasn't so trivial. I mean, we did not, at least in maybe before, but here we did not find a totally clear-cut way to. And also queen b1, also very creative to provoke f5 and then go back. And here it's objectively it's totally winning, but it's here after queen a6 and I was so sure that c6 is totally winning, but it's also not the best as well. No, it's not a good solution. But what's the move here?
But her move was alright. This was alright, but here is something.
Yeah, we wanted to play either queen d8 or queen e7 was our idea. And we said the problem being that after a move like queen d8 or queen e7, while it's playing king f1. Okay, taking this is clearly losing with that, so white has to try something like king f1.
Hmm.
And here the engine, well, but also the engine isn't totally convinced now, I think.
Here must be something better.
But maybe the engine isn't just deep, it just isn't deep enough. Well, but maybe this ending, if she takes just the h-pawn, is also winning, I mean. But of course it's not what she wants, queen f7 and take this and...
Okay, we can try. But this is what she will get in the game anyway.
Mm-hmm. But of course it's still...
But this will be the game.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, probably.
Yeah. So we will see this anyway. Or we don't. King h7. No, I think we will see this endgame in the end.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't believe that this is winning anymore for black. I mean, there's still chances, of course. Moving with the h-pawn somehow, but now I don't believe in Humpy's victory anymore.
With nice commentary accents.
Okay, so maybe let's move on to some other games.
Yeah, but some miracle.
Here some miracle happened again. Okay, Elisabeth against Jiner. They are still going for this endgame.
Oh, she went for the rook ending. This is
But the rook endgame?
This I wouldn't do. The king is so close to
No, I believe that this is completely winning.
Yeah, because here also just to show this, the white rook will be always protecting here, and white is creating a passer.
This is completely winning for white now. I don't understand. Why to take this knight?
There's strange things happening. I also would never take this knight here.
Okay.
Maybe she was hoping for, but maybe just rook d2 now. You went here, it's also good. I would go to d2 to keep the black king cut off, but...
But I think the king needs to protect g5.
But I mean also after this, it's because the king protects here. And I think king a3 and b4 and something, it's okay. But of course rook g4 is good as well. Okay, but I start to understand what was her defensive plan.
But I think she missed the idea with c4, rook d4, rook d5. This is the typical idea.
Well, but maybe it's not so easy to implement.
Why not? I start here with b3.
Ah, you mean because the black king cannot cannot reach c5?
Yes. That's what I was hoping. Okay, so here I would go for this, but
yeah, I must admit it looks absolutely winning, but
okay.
maybe rook e2,
Here.
yeah, that's what I wanted
Check.
to do. King c5.
And you mean king b6, so now if I checked in king a6.
King c6 I want, but...
Oh, sorry. King c6. Now I can take.
Yeah, I will take in g2, but... Or first
But
check.
why not king b6?
Yeah, maybe that's even
There's
better.
always this threat.
After king c6 as well. I thought you want to play rook b5 check, but...
Yeah, this is not possible. Then I take with check, so we move here. Okay.
Yeah, some ending like this.
And this is not winning for white?
Didn't say it's not winning.
Okay.
Never stated.
But there must be a stronger idea. I mean, engine is giving +8.
+8.
Yeah.
Yeah, but b4 doesn't look so convincing after abcb king c6. Then.
No.
But this engine evaluations also in the queen ending was a bit strange. So at least from human point of view, I wouldn't give too much to it.
Okay. For me, the only thing I see is this line. But you as a grandmaster might have a better idea.
Me?
Yes. Aren't you a rook endgame expert?
No, you should ask my colleague Gerald. I somehow don't like the rook on g4. I would have put it to d2, so it's before. I would never like to allow the black king to activate.
Oh yeah, here this is also an idea. Don't know, for example here. And then your idea is just
Yeah, king a4.
king a4 and then play b4 and then run with this one pawn and the king can come closer.
Maybe it's a bit primitive, but I don't see any drawback. Maybe what can you
This
do?
looks easier.
Maybe rook c5 to prevent, but anyway I can play b4. But I mean here the b pawn is just
Yeah,
really-
looks easier.
I mean, stutter.
Sorry.
Why to let the black king come over? I mean,
I don't know. Okay.
okay, it's
Still, Elisabeth should win this endgame and maybe she finds some better ideas than I did with the c4, rook d4, rook d5. And Zhansaya against Mariya. We had this check here on h1, king f2. Okay. Interesting. And now black is hoping for perpetual. But the white king is escaping.
yeah, okay, but this must be also totally winning. Or by now I'm slowly afraid saying something like this because it's okay, but here's a thing also for human beings. Okay, so better maybe look back for Humpy's game.
It was king h7, king h3 and f4. Okay, queen c5.
Yeah, well, now the problem being more while she gets the h pawn, probably must go in some moment queen g5 and yeah, but of course this is a dream for white compared with the position before. And objectively the engine even thinks it's just a draw. Incredible.
And now I think she starts to run with the king. But where to go?
Well, she tries with if the black king would reach somewhere here then.
But this is not really possible.
Okay, and if we try it anyway.
What else?
Oh, I cannot pass. So this is the problem. I
Yeah, it is not
cannot
possible.
pass e5.
King f5, I was thinking.
But now it's queen d5 check. Queen e5 and queen f7 check, and this is the way how Alexandra wins the game. Yeah, incredible. On this road she cannot make progress, so she must fall back to the plan somehow to get the h-pawn and give her proud c-pawn. But I'm still fascinated, she tries here, but as we saw it doesn't work after queen c6 check. But probably she just tries it and then she goes back.
Back to h7.
Yes.
Yeah, only chance to take the h5 pawn.
Maybe she walks into the mate.
Come on.
Or she goes back. It's maybe even not so easy now to come back.
No, it's not. I guess now it will be draw.
Yeah, maybe now she's already trapped in some kind of perpetual, or because she has to protect the... It's absolutely incredible. I think it's really rare for somebody to win a tournament with so many clearly totally lost positions. But it shows really her extreme fighting strength of Alexandra.
Yeah, but it's possible to go back to h7 because here queen e6 would be a check.
Oh yeah.
But
So
I'm
at least
not
she
sure if this is already 3 times same position.
She's looking already.
Yeah,
She's counting.
I would also guess so. Okay, but we can check. No, it was only 2 times king f7.
I'm always miscounting in this stuff.
Oh, no, I think it's not 3 times yet. Because we had this position and now we have this position, but not a third time.
But let's take a very brief look at the beginning of the queen's ending. Was it? I wasn't in the beginning of the queen's ending, just a very simple win. I mean, before we saw a very simple win, before the... We said here after... Because for the spectators who switched in later, we said just in this moment c takes b3. King g2 was... Now I said c takes b3 was a very simple win.
Mhm.
Queen f3 check, king g1 and queen d1 check and take d2 and and when the queen's ending emerged, we also were pretty sure that it's totally winning. No, this is a line. Wait a moment. And here we were pretty sure.
Yeah, I think taking on e5 was not the best idea.
By the way, couldn't she just play after she took in e5? This was clever. Maybe she will look queen b8 check.
No, we were thinking here about king h7.
Yeah.
And I think this is
Mm-hmm.
just
Because
winning, or? No,
No,
engine sees something.
Yeah, okay, but here this is for humans to play this type of endings absolutely correctly is nearly impossible.
Mm.
Yeah, this was so tricky. She didn't take in c4 but played queen b8 and
Yeah, it's very strong.
very nice idea to provoke f5 because this is such a unpleasant weakness on g6 in these endings. Maybe g6 here, but of course it's not really the move you want to play then. Maybe this is... winning, but it's... Okay, but the engine obviously also wants to see f5 and now queen b7. Maybe now's the moment to take h5 because from c4 you will not protect f3 then.
What?
Now queen f6.
Yeah, but this was my idea.
Yeah, I mean just to show that the spectators then.
Yeah,
Or queen e7, I don't know.
because here I keep one c-pawn
Yeah, exactly.
compared to the game, and then I
Yeah,
think
in
it's
the game
still
the pawn is
winning.
in c3 and then it's protecting f3 then.
Exactly, this was my idea.
And then king f1 now, just any way we can go. Yeah, I think this was the human way to win. Unless she can now play king e2.
No, it's queen e8 check and then queen
Oh, yeah.
e6.
Yeah, and then it's
Yeah, I think this is winning, yes.
yeah. At least this was the
Okay, anyway, we have this position. And now black will probably try to take on h5 and then they will keep on playing. Okay, have a look at other games. We have Dinara against Alina.
Oh yeah, this was
A
interesting.
lot happened here. Let's move back. Queen e6, and here we said that
Knight g4.
knight
was crushing.
g4, yeah, is crushing because now we also win this h pawn and then later take back the rook and then we have 2 pawns. Instead she took immediately. And white is trying to play against the weak king. But it seems that it is holding. And what do you think about this rook endgame? I think this is drawish.
Yeah, at least very good drawing chances.
So they continued with rook g4 and take. And now black has this active rook here, and as soon as the pawn moves, then we will just have the rook behind, and I think this is a theoretical draw, right? Or is it not? I only know this position,
Yeah,
so
it's
I'm not sure about
No,
this.
it's an unusual pawn structure, so it's always hard to say, but but it's even maybe quite good, the pawn structure for black, because in the moment usually the white plan is maybe to push the pawn to a6, rook on a8, and then run with the king. Well, now in the moment when black takes f2, then we'll have already a passer here. If the pawn is in g6, this is not the case then.
So you think this is an improvement to the theoretical draw position?
Yeah, but I would guess it's for this reason it's probably even easier to defend for black than the theoretical one, because you never can give this f-pawn, because I think then this will give immediately very strong counterplay. I mean, maybe white has to go f4. So what happened here?
Here, wait, isn't it better if black plays h5, at least in the other position with the pawn on g6 and not on e6? Then it's always
Yeah,
important to
no,
play
no.
h5.
Yeah, but here it might be a deadly weakness.
I was just asking
I
about
don't know,
this.
who knows?
Like earlier here instead,
No, I would
immediately
never play
h5.
h5.
It's not a good idea. I just wanted to ask.
I don't think so, because the pawn is much weaker on h5, and if you lose the h against the a pawn, I think this is an unpleasant ending. Maybe also draw, but it's...
I just don't know how I would lose this pawn.
You never know.
Okay. And g4 and a 3. And this is the position at the moment.
Oh, that's interesting. Maybe she tries to create a second passer. And although these 2 passes with h and a, there are even some positions when you have just a and h left against nothing, and it's easy draw. Probably in some moment she has to play some f4, g5, and but this will be a long rook ending.
So it should be draw, but we will see what happens. Okay, and here this game's already finished. So let's move to the other direction. Yeah, just quickly have a look here. As we mentioned, the only chance was to take the h-pawn, but in the other line we analyzed before, then black still had a pawn on c and was winning the f-pawn against the c,
Yeah,
and then
that's
it's of course much better.
Decisive difference.
Yeah, and here,
See, but it's interesting that the engine gives absolutely equal.
but I also don't know how to continue with black, because moving the h-pawn doesn't help.
Sure, I would try to bring my king to h4 and play g5, h5, and then hope for something.
Good idea.
If it's possible to implement, because g7 is hanging.
But
maybe
can't we start with g? No.
But maybe it's already inside the table basis, because I find it strange that it just says equal in this position. No, but there are too many pieces left for the table basis. I think they are up to 6 or 7 already, I don't know.
I think some already with 7.
Okay, but these are 9, so it's not...
No, it is not table base.
So very good judgment.
Okay, we will figure this out later. Yeah, Zhansaya against Mariya. The game already finished. Just have a quick overview. Yes, queen b6. And there is, of course, no perpetual for black. And then, yeah,
White will just
nice
change
move
in
in the
g7.
end, taking on h6, and yes, now take on g7 and then get another queen. So congratulations to Zhansaya for her second victory.
Yeah, and a very sad day for the Muzychuk sisters.
Both lost, so this is not good news for all Ukrainian fans here.
No. But this game was played very well by Zhansaya.
Yes.
Also good technique. And
I think she
Okay.
found her self-confidence again after yesterday's victory.
yeah, yesterday was still lucky, but today in a way that there was a big blunder by her opponent, that was surprising. But today she played really very good game.
Okay, we still have Elisabeth against Jiner. And we are in this rook endgame. What
See,
happened here?
this happens if you allow the black, the king of the eye.
See, Engine still likes b4 here. But I would prefer it with the rook on d2 and the black king somewhere here. This is weird, that computer thinks it's +4.
Yeah, I also wouldn't think so. I would think that black has made big progress.
Weird. Okay, now we are winning the g-pawn.
Okay, if we would win the g-pawn, then
If we
it's-
would win it. This was the idea here. King d4 and rook f5, then king e4.
Yeah, this should win, because the black king then is really far away from the king side.
And that's why rook d5.
Maybe now she's walking with the king over again to the king side.
Yes, she does.
And the engine isn't very convinced anymore. Yeah.
I'm also not convinced.
How nice it would have been to cut off the black king from the b-pawn.
Yes. Or if I go for this, then I wouldn't go for b4. But it seems it is strong. I just don't know what went wrong here. Okay, so here, Engine thinks it's still fine. Do we have some waiting move?
I mean, some Zugzwang. I thought with the rook c4 is an improvement, but
Yes.
of course black also will just wait.
I think this doesn't help.
Yeah, must be some ingenious Zugzwang, because otherwise it's inexplicable. And also wouldn't see another plan but to walk over with the king.
Yeah. King a4, and I think now is the moment to do something.
Thought about king e4 and after rook f2 b5 check, but then black plays king a5. Or maybe, no, it doesn't work.
I was thinking about king c4 here.
Yeah, maybe king c4 is interesting here.
Black has to wait.
But then rook d5.
Then check. And here,
Okay, go somewhere.
I think I need to move with the rook. And now you can't take this pawn because of check, check, winning rook.
But why not rook d5 to attack the black g-pawn?
Ah, no, you want to take this now. Oh,
Yeah.
yeah. Now this works out, yes. Okay.
Or even after rook e4, king d3 is maybe simpler, because I think this is winning afterwards. If I win the g-pawn.
Yes. Okay, why not king c4 here?
The engine doesn't like all our all our ideas.
But I think this is now too slow for white. The king is well placed.
Okay, well, let's look how's the game situation. Maybe it's the day of miraculous escapes.
Yesterday the endgames were all lost and today they were all defended.
No, because somebody asked, I think it's not table-based, at least in the Koneru game, because there are 9 pieces left. And table bases, as far as I know, go only maximum 7 pieces.
Now I don't see how white will win.
Yeah, black is basically waiting after king e3, king c3 or so. Maybe it's time for a break. I have to recover now for the
Yes.
shocks.
I think this is a good idea. We have many endgames left and
Many
we don't really figure out how they will
No.
end so far. So see you soon.
I'm joined by Nana Dzagnidze here in the press room. Nana, a stunning performance. Congratulations on your win against a very tough opponent, Zhongyi. I noticed in my preparation for the game that you played each other nearly 24 times with many wins for you, many wins for her. So a tough opponent, the Zhongyi, a tough matchup, yes?
Yeah. We played many games against each other, so we know each other very well.
Okay. Today, it started off as the English opening, then there was a sort of transposition to some sort of Tarrasch variation. You had an isolated pawn. Were you comfortable in the position with the isolated pawn?
I didn't expect that first move c4, to be honest. And I played on the board today. So, no, out of the opening, I think there was nothing special. It was kind of equal position. And then, I don't know, she started playing ambitious, like she played this queen d4, f4 idea. But I think I found something interesting there with this queen b8, with the idea of bishop c7, bishop b6. And yeah, after that, actually, I'm not sure if it was correct when I took b4 pawn with the queen. I'm not sure.
The computer suggests it's a correct move. There's other alternative, but it's a correct move.
Okay, then good. And yeah, after that, yeah, she was playing for a draw. Yeah. But this bishop endgame, I wasn't sure. I was calculating. I don't know. I spent nearly, 25 minutes in this position. And yeah, finally, I think I have chosen the right plan with this e5 pawn exchange in the center. And then finally, I got this winning position.
Yeah, the computer suggests that you played the position very well. So that doesn't mean that there's probably other alternatives, but how you played was quite good. Actually, my question was concerning the middle game. When she played queen d4 and f4, and you played this very nice queen b8, maybe, although the position is balanced, she played ambitiously with a4. Maybe this was not the best idea in the position. Were you surprised by this move?
Actually, I don't know. I don't know myself what was the best move for white in this position. Because this plan, bishop c7, bishop b6, is so strong. I was thinking during the game, but I could not find even myself better than a4, better than a4.
That gives the idea that it's a tricky position. The computer was suggesting bishop f3, rook to c4, and just, maneuvering around. But of course, the computer holds anything nowadays, no?
But I think after queen b8, position is already for black's favor, no?
Yes. Well, it can be held with very, very precise play, and it's very difficult.
Yeah, only I think computer can.
Of course. Last question for you. This bishop ending, I think it was very nice how you were able to use the two pawns separated by several files to win. Maybe if the pawns are closer together, it might be a textbook draw. Were you thinking about this during the game?
Yeah, of course. If pawn would be on closer, it must have.
So you have one game left tomorrow. You're playing against Dronavalli Harika, who also won today. Of course, you haven't had time probably to think about the game, but how are your energy levels? How are you feeling for the last game tomorrow, which starts 2 hours before?
Yeah.
Is it being a long tournament for you, Nana?
Yes, it's been a very long tournament, but I think it's for everyone is the same. So I'm not an exception.
Okay. And from here, you play in Delhi in the next competition, and then finally the fourth, which is still to be scheduled. And you playing any other tournaments in the meantime? European Championship maybe, or any other events?
No, I play this Delhi tournament, and after that. I'm not sure yet, but next is Delhi.
Okay. Well, congratulations and good luck tomorrow.
Thank you very much.
So I'm joined this afternoon by Holger Schrott, Managing Director of the Munich Kempinski Hotel. First of all, thank you very much for coming along and to the press center. My first question for you, Holger. So we're here in the Women's Grand Prix in the magnificent Kempinski Hotel of Munich. Tell me about how you started off collaborating with the Munich Chess Academy in the chess scene here in Munich.
Actually, it was a very curious thing. During the pandemic, when everything was locked down, we didn't have guests, we didn't have much to do. We were thinking and brainstorming what can we do after the pandemic to attract people, not only from international countries, but also from Munich to the hotel. And there we were juggling ideas around. One idea was chess. So I contacted Stefan Kindermann from the Munich Chess Foundation, And we were discussing ideas. Can we give lessons? Can we have the Grandmaster playing with interested guests? Then we started to do some charity thoughts. Then out of one evening charity event where we are supporting as a hotel and raising funds for the Munich Schachstiftung, who are supporting not so favored children in schools here in Munich. We were able to support a little bit. And then Stefan and Mr. Kulich, Roman came, and they said there's a Grand Prix to come. And then we were basically saying, well, super, we can participate.
So that's fantastic. I mean, it's very clear that it's not only the Women's Grand Prix, but the hotel has been collaborating with chess for already quite a few years.
Exactly, and we will go on doing this. And now, of course, every city, every hotel has its seasons. High season for us is usually September, Oktoberfest, then November, December, and January is rather a ditch in the occupancy. And we said it would be fantastic to do it in January or February.
Very good dates.
Exactly, very good dates. So we were able to offer some space and some rooms, and now we're very happy that all the players and the FIDE is with us here in the vier Jahreszeiten.
I'm especially impressed by all the hotel. Obviously, it's a high-standing, very nice hotel, but especially the charity gala dinner, which was not the first year. You've done that already, I think, 2 or 3 years at least with the auction. I think that fits very well into a high elite tournament. It's a way of getting other people, maybe not so interested in the chess scene, to come along and see what a chess tournament is. Do you plan to carry on with the charity dinners in the future?
Yes, we will. We will. And here we have the good collaboration between general managers of the Kempinski hotels. Kempinski has 80 hotels around the world. And if I call 6, 7, 8, 9 of my colleagues and say, why don't you give me a weekend voucher, which we will auction for a good cause during the chess charity dinner, they're always willing. Of course, I then also have to send one to them. But it's not a big deal for us, and people are able to stay at the Kempinski Adlon in Berlin, or the Taschenberg Palais in Dresden, or the Berchtesgaden Kempinski Hotel. So we have a way of promoting our hotels, and we have a way of doing good to people.
Okay. So how does high-level elite chess tournaments fit in the general philosophy of the hotel and the different programs you do in the hotel? Is there any specific connection that you see, or how does it fit exactly in the philosophy of the hotels?
Well, I think every hotel would like to promote themselves to a certain brand image. And there are several ways to do it. I mean, I would have a different brand image if I would do a boxing tournament. We have literature evenings where somebody's reading, or authors are reading from their books. We have an art evening every 2 months where we are inviting artists, or we're inviting the head of a museum in Munich who will explain to interested people how do they collect which criteria they use to collect paintings. So we are more on the
science, art,
on the science, art,
and partly sport, but sport in a science and art.
Exactly, and we are known as well. The hotel is also well known as the Bayern Munich Hotel. So many of the new players are staying with us. Many of the events which are usually happening are happening here in the hotel. And we think that the chess, the literature, the art is a good addition to our reputation and to our brand image.
So my last question after all this, I must ask you, do you play chess? Maybe your kids play chess? How's chess going in your family?
I was taught chess when I was a little boy, and I'm playing rather bad than good. I know the rules, so I was able to pass it on to my 2 children, and they are much better players than I am. I rather watch them playing against each other. And I don't play against them anymore because every time I lose. So I have the opportunity of having an hour with Stefan Kindermann. Maybe I'm getting better, but I think 1 hour only will not help.
We can start off with that.
Exactly.
Thanks a lot for coming along, and good luck with the event.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Welcome back to the finish of the 10th round of the FIDE Women Grand Prix here in Munich.
Yeah, this was absolutely incredible defensive effort by Alexandra, who, well, can we say that he's lucky? I mean, well, we found at least 2 clear-cut wins for Black just before the 40th move and also in the beginning of the Queen's ending, and probably also afterwards. Also, the engine shows a clearly winning position, but there we did not find the clear-cut win. But on the other hand, she really was very much impressed how she always, although before move 40, at each move it looked like totally collapsing, and each time she found a bit tricky move that made her opponent sink and avoided immediate disaster, or at least made it very difficult to find. And also this very tricky move, Queen B1 check, in the Queen's ending was very impressive.
Yeah, so let's have a look at the finish of this game. As we discussed, the only idea for Black is to come with the king closer to the other king, but there is one problem, as we will see in the game. Because here, we can't move closer because of
Well, we can,
Queen.
we can, but it's not a good idea.
Yeah, checkmate. Okay, so what else to do? So bringing the pawn doesn't help at all. So, yeah.
Yeah,
That's
there's no way to
where they
make progress.
decided to go for a draw.
And also here the engine gives a clear-cut equal draw. But maybe just to show the 2 points where we found some clear-cut wins. Well, one was just before move 40 to play in tactical style, so to say. Here this was the position when Humpy had to decide, and c takes b3 is the tactical way to win, as if Black takes the bishop on c5, then we can just take here, and after king g1, the simplest at least is to take here with a totally winning position. And afterwards, as Veronika pointed out in the Queen's ending, well, I guess there are lots of other wins, but here, but I very much liked here this idea, because I'm sure that Humpy only expected Queen takes c4 when it's easy winning. But here, this is very important to provoke Black to play f5. And now always Black has to be careful because of this weak square on g6. Although I must admit, when I saw it, I still said it's absolutely no problem for Black, because the Queen here is beautifully protecting everything. But it's not, and now Queen b7, and now it's amazing, because Black is 2 pawns up, and she played Queen c5. Maybe this was already the first imprecise move. For example, if Black plays c3, then I guess White goes Queen c6, and now it's probably winning, but we see that now it's not easy to make progress with this pawn, because always you have to watch out for this one. And
So
what
this is
Veronika
where,
proposed
yeah.
here in this moment, because note the difference, the white pawn is in c4. The idea is basically with the Queen to take this pawn. And in the meantime, of course, if White wants to survive, White must succeed to take both of the pawns. But if the Queen takes on c4, then f3 is not protected. So, So let's say Black goes here something like Queen f6, or Queen e7 is maybe more precise, I don't know. And White goes, I guess, Queen, or let's say King f1, probably is the toughest defense. But now we can simply play Queen g5, and after Queen c7, Queen takes h5, and if White takes in c4, and now we are 2 pawns up, and this should be easy winning. But in the game, what happened is the pawn was in c3, and this is quite a difference, because now all these ideas, well, it happened also Queen f6, and now we see the difference. After, and also the engine already gives that it's not winning anymore. And the big difference being, now if you do this, then the pawn is not on c4 like in Veronika's line, but on c3. And now the Queen is protecting f3, and now it seems that this is a pawn up for Black, but it seems not real winning potential, although even this would be better than the game, because now we can push out the White King from the defense of the pawn, but still I think this might be drawn now. Yeah, and in the game, as strange as it may seem, but And we also afterwards, still for some moves, the engine shows even winning advantage for black. But this seemed to be quite difficult. At least we didn't see it.
Yeah.
Yeah, but this is really remarkable defense by Alexandra, and of course very sad day for Humpy, who came so close to beat the tournament leader and to share first place with her, and even going with the better chances because of better tiebreak due to more black games into the last day. So, but if you remember, Veronika, I recommended you this book, The Art of Swindling.
Yeah.
How to
I
get
just started
maximum
with
points.
this book.
And I think Alexandra studied this book because she really always found a way to make life unpleasant for her opponent, and especially your position is so bad before positionally and in any way, and I usually get depressed if I look at this position, but as you said before, it still seemed that somehow she was in love with her position.
Yes, I think
And
that's
this
the
is a big
important
strength.
point. Because it seems that Alexandra still likes her positions, even though they are just bad. And that's probably what gives her some confidence to be able to defend it.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, so let's take a look to Elisabeth. Also interesting ending, because before we saw that huge advantage and should be relatively easy winning, but last time when we looked it wasn't so clear anymore. Okay, let's just look what's the final position now before we go into some detailed analysis.
Okay, final position.
Oh.
Final position is draw.
Oh my God. It's also very sad news for Elisabeth, because yeah, because she will, well, of course she takes both the pawns, but this
This is an H pawn.
black will come into the zone, and then it's a really easy draw. Just to show, I mean, I guess there were many possibilities, but one principled moment that I found quite interesting was while they transposed to the rook ending, we were surprised that black was doing this, but maybe it was a good practical decision. Yeah, this was the moment, because I would always in this this rook ending emerged, and here Elisabeth chose rook g4, which on first side looks nice because it attacks black's g-pawn and defends the own one. But on the other hand, it allows the black king to come over, and probably it's still winning for her, but then at least it's maybe not so easy to play for human beings. And I would always play here rook d2. And even though the engine doesn't like it so much, but maybe black can defend with rook e4 here, just thinking. Because my idea is to create here a passer, and now... No, but it must be okay. No,
It's still the idea with b4.
I don't think black can really stop this, because in rook e3 I go rook a4. This is out of question. And if black plays rook c4, I can just go...
Maybe the idea is g4.
g4?
Yeah. Try to exchange more pawns.
Yeah, but with the king cut off it, I think it doesn't help at all.
I know.
I think so.
I just want to improve and have better chances. Yeah.
And I think this is totally winning.
Yeah.
And in a game, probably it's still winning. I mean, so objectively, rook g4 is not a mistake. Engine gives totally winning position, +7. But also we didn't see... here still the engine gives... Okay, went down to +5, but still... But here, at least optically, I think already optically that black definitively has made quite a lot of progress. And even though the engine gives totally winning position, but we also didn't see what's the way to go.
No, I think it was okay, like she played, and then just playing king c4 instead of rook g4 here at this moment.
Yeah, king
it's
c4
not
looks
good
logical.
to allow the black king to come to b3
Yeah, king c4
and getting
also
active.
Like, even though the engine doesn't agree.
Okay, but still later on in the game, I think that she had some chances again because the b pawn was running. Yes.
It seems objectively it's probably no more winning. But of course still anything can happen.
Yeah, here. Chances again. And I think she did everything right.
Yeah, king e4 looks logical.
And also
b5.
b5. And now I thought this is winning again.
Yeah, me also. This moment I just didn't watch, but it seems...
something went wrong, but I don't know what. So this is still fine.
Still looks good.
b6. Okay, that's also great.
b7 probably. Oh.
This is the problem. Why?
Maybe rook c7 check.
Yes, but why? King d2? Or is this just losing?
Okay, then it gets a hit and run. Probably black must play king d2, no? King e2. No, then rook c2 check. Okay, now it's...
So it looks like in the game the black king was too close to the pawn.
I mean, this is easy winning, no?
And now coming with the king here. Or
Yeah. I mean, maybe black can still try a rook b5, but... Because if I come over with the king, I think...
yes, try rook b5.
This is the only chance.
King d4, and then you go for g4 or what? Okay, I think all games are finished right now.
Oh, yes.
And it looks that Dinara won against Alina. Okay. So finish our analysis. This doesn't work, or what? Because now I would just come with the king closer. I think this is just winning.
Well, black must try g4 probably, but it's...
So I guess the problem here was b7 was too early played. Yeah, and then it's too late. Interesting.
Yeah, not easy.
Ooh, bad luck for Elisabeth having such a great game and also many different chances to win. But here, I mean, b7 looks so logically. But it seems that the king was just too close, and so we need to give an important check and then just move. Very sorry for Elisabeth. So let's have a look at the last game that just finished. It's a game between Dinara and Alina. And we were facing this rook endgame. So let's see how white proceeded here.
Because the engine gives only a very small advantage here. Even here the engine thinks it's now equal with 2 pawns down. It's also...
Oof. Why did you sacrifice? I mean, the rook. Okay.
Some kind of Zugzwang. But any the engine likes e4.
Here you mean because of check and then h6.
But the engine still likes e4. Maybe king g5 now.
Yeah, having an active rook, but it's not so easy. Would you take this pawn right now? Or would you go for the a pawn?
Probably king g4 then.
But here I still think white has good winning chances.
Looks like, but well, it's very concrete. Okay, well, let's look what happens. I mean, I think this is more interesting for the spectators.
Rook g3 seems to be a mistake.
Oh yeah, this is a nice construction. Not that I understand all the moves, but...
Yeah, anyway, white king is coming closer.
Okay. No.
Yeah, now the pawns are falling.
Oh yeah.
And check. Okay. Well played by Dinara.
Yeah. What was the opening in this game? What was this? No, remember, this was this Slav. Ah, yeah, okay. Slav structure.
Okay, now we will have a short break because we will have a special guest again. So lucky today. Hello, I have a special guest next to me, Dinara Wagner. It's your first victory. How do you feel?
I feel really great to finally have won a game. I thought this moment would never come, but it finally did. I'm just happy. I didn't expect, to be honest. I was not playing so ambitiously in the opening, I was thinking. And yeah, I'm just super happy it worked out well.
You showed a lot of fighting spirit, and that's what we liked a lot. So maybe you want to show us your game?
Yeah. I was already surprised by Slav because normally she plays either Nimzo or, as in this tournament, King's Indian. And I just decided to go for e3. I was prepared for bishop g4, bishop f5 more or less. But after a6, I didn't quite remember what I'm doing here. I think my theory goes like knight b2 and then knight bd2, knight e5 after bishop f5. But somehow, I don't know, I just made the move b3. It's possible, but I don't have much here. And knight e5 was probably too optimistic because I thought, okay, if I just play bishop e2, she plays h6, I castle, knight bd7, and we'll have an equal position. And I need to do something, like probably after knight e5, I want to play g4 and take her bishop, at least then I have something. And I thought after knight e5, she will play h6 to save her bishop, but I completely forgot about bishop b4 idea, with the idea to play bishop c3. Now g4 doesn't work anymore. a3 also doesn't work because of bishop c3, rook a2, maybe like, I don't know if it's, yeah. Bishop c3, rook a2, and even bishop b1.
This is nice.
My rook felt really sad, and I decided, okay, we need to exchange bishops. And yeah, I thought she might play knight e4 here. At least I didn't like this move. But after bishop d3, I thought, yeah, okay, we have some equal position. And keep playing. Castle, castle, queen f3. Knight bd7, all looks logical. e4, de, knight e4. Yeah, all exchanges.
Idea.
And position is probably just equal. I don't know what these arrows mean.
Oh, these were our thoughts during the analysis, yes.
Yeah, I was thinking just first to put rooks central and then to think what to do next.
Yes.
I think all next moves were logical. Here I was thinking whether she will play queen h5 to exchange queens or bishop a3, but she chose bishop a3, which I was kind of happy with because anyway my bishop is not doing much there, and okay, it's anyway equal everywhere. I don't know what you're thinking about this position.
Yeah. I played with black, like some Kaukan structure. So it's very similar, and it's just the typical idea and typical position is.
Exactly. White cannot progress, black also cannot progress. And I saw that after a while, we'll just make some move and move 30 to agree on a draw. But here I suddenly saw this queen e5 idea with the idea to play rook g3. And I was like, okay, let's try it. Here we repeated some moves. And b6 I thought was a bit dangerous. I don't know. I liked it when she played this. Maybe objectively speaking, it's nothing, but I thought at least, okay, we have some weaknesses now. Yeah, and after knight c3, taking, maybe knight f6 was not precise because I go back queen e5, attack a5 pawn and threaten rook g5 again. I was thinking that she could play here.
At the moment, c5 is threatening.
Yeah, c5 is threatening. So what was it then?
So her move seems to be okay. Just later on.
Later on here.
Yeah, it still was fine.
Yeah, queen a7. I also thought it's fine.
Yes.
But I know. I remembered now. I thought she should play queen b8 somewhere, like either here knight e8, probably knight e8, knight e4. Wait.
Wrong game. Sorry for that.
Oops. Didn't even realize it's not my game.
Okay, now we're back.
Yeah, maybe knight e8.
Yes.
And then after knight e4, rook d5.
Yeah, exactly. And here we were thinking it's still equal, but we start to also like this
d5,
position with black.
Queen f4.
And here it's difficult for you because now black can press with the d4 pawn.
Yes, if I don't have something immediate, I'm just having a war structure. And
Yes.
But how black should play here? King h7 or king h8? Somewhere king goes, yeah. Because we cannot take on d4 yet, probably. King moves. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, but now you always have to watch at your d4 pawn. It's not so easy.
Probably then afterwards I would have to equalize very precisely. And after king f8, I thought, okay.
Yeah, this was
nice.
a very nice move, yes.
Actually, somehow I thought that it should be equal after if she plays queen b8 here. But maybe I miscalculated something because I thought I take here. And the idea is that I cannot play rook d3 so easily because queen comes to b1. And I was planning to play here queen h4, at least to try it as in the game. But there she can play king g7 back. And like I would be thinking here what to do. But on the first glance, I didn't see how I might improve my position. Maybe just playing like knight d6, even though, yeah, maybe just knight d6 or, I don't know. Somehow I need to bring the rook to the game.
Yeah, you're right. This is much better than in the game.
Yeah, I thought queen b8 was best move in the position, but I was happy to see rook d5. Here, oh, I didn't know that it was so winning.
Yeah, here
What have I done?
we are not sure here. We still liked your move, queen h4, but afterwards, queen h4 and queen e6, you can continue.
How?
Yeah,
Queen,
just
yeah, queen h4.
and here,
Here.
here then later on we wanted to regroup your knights. So wait here, and now we were thinking about knight g4, because then in this line after rook h8, now the difference is that you win a second pawn. Yeah, compared to your game.
Yeah, true. Right, after knight g4. True. Somehow I didn't realize it immediately. Yeah.
I mean, it was also
True,
move
h5
40. I guess it's not so easy with time trouble.
Yeah, h5, queen f6. Yeah, doesn't work. So rook h8 seems to be like the only move. Yeah, I
And
could
then
win a
you
second pawn. That's
Yes.
right.
And then you have winning position because later on it was actually equal. But then
Yeah.
you again outplayed her. Really great game.
I think h4 was just bad.
Yeah,
I don't know why I did it.
too slow.
Yeah, should have played maybe rook b1 immediately, but then I was thinking rook b1, queen c4, queen c6, queen a2, and then pawn on a4 is as far as pawn on c5, but it should be winning for me. h4 was just helping her because rook anyway wants to go to f5 and has a good square there, attacking f2 pawn. And yeah, here was like, did something wrong and decided to go for the rook ending because in this position it was the best chance, I thought.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
And it's still complicated to make a draw with black.
Exactly. I think it's not so easy. I mean, practically speaking, when you don't have so much time. I was thinking she should put the pawn to f5, definitely, not to let me go g4, and then just keep a king on f6. And of course, as she was doing, not to let my king come further. So after rook d3 was nice. And then I was thinking here, she could play f5.
Yeah. Sometimes this is an idea, yeah. I don't know this exact position because I only studied this with the pawn on g and not on e, yeah.
Like 3 on 3.
Yes.
Actually, computer doesn't like it so much, so maybe I was wrong in my judgment too.
I don't know. This is very difficult to defend for black.
Yeah, eventually I want to play f3, g4, h5 and bring my king. What else could it be? I don't know, king g6, I already play h5 myself.
But Ancient still thinks that's okay, even after e4.
Even after e4 it was
Yeah.
okay. Yeah. As
And
you know,
now
all
rook
these rooks
g3 was wrong, yeah.
King g5 she could have played.
Yes, we were thinking about this, but still it's complicated.
It still goes on, I
Yeah,
thought.
you still have chances.
Yeah.
And
I don't know,
now
here
take
king
on
d2 first or
Okay,
take
we were only thinking about taking on f7, but we didn't analyze it deeply.
Okay. Yeah, since it's rook ending, it should be a draw somewhere.
Yeah, also I think this was best chance for black to go, but still you can fight, you can still win.
I think she completely missed that my rook comes to f5 and then I have protected all the
Yeah,
pawns.
this
and
was
my-
beautiful, yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, and then
and here, yeah,
perfectly played, yes.
I was thinking that should be winning.
Yeah, when your rook is so active, protecting all your
Yeah,
pawns, then
King active,
no
rook
chance
active.
for black.
Yeah.
Yeah, well played.
Thank you.
Yeah, we enjoy your fighting spirit, and so good luck for the last round. Maybe
you.
there's another victory waiting for you.
Oh yeah, I'll come back here.
Yeah, we will be happy to see you again in the studio.
Thank you.
All the best, and thank you so much for the interview.
Thanks.
Hey, what a fighting day!
Yeah, incredible.
And good news for Dinara finally having her first victory. Very important for her. So, let's have a look at the results from today's games. We saw Dinara winning against Alina. Then, a bit unlucky the draw between Elisabeth and Jiner, because Elisabeth, of course, had winning positions many times. Yeah, she won't be very happy about this.
Yeah, but Jiner also defended very stubbornly. And
Then, the very important game from the day. Alexandra drew again against Humpy.
yeah, a miracle.
This is impossible. We really don't know how she is doing this, but now it looks pretty well that she will win tomorrow, because there's still like 1 point between Alexandra and Humpy, so only if Alexandra would lose and Humpy would win, then Humpy would still win this tournament, but I mean, this would never happen after this game.
Yeah, because Alexandra is absolutely bulletproof. I mean,
Yeah, and then Nana won against Zhongyi. What do you think about this game?
yeah, this was his. Wait a moment, which opening was this? And I can remember. Oh yeah, this was this interesting game with the isolated pawn. I think when this was a very strong game by Nana. I think when Zhongyi missed the chance to get a position with very small advantage, but without risk, and then as the next step on the highway to hell was that she was probably afraid of some possible knight sacrifice on bishop sacrifice on h2 in one variation, and so she played the anti-positional move to put her queen to d4, and this was severely punished, and I think Nana played a very good game afterwards.
Yeah, again a very strong game by Nana. Then we saw Harika winning against Anna.
Oh yeah, this was, yeah, we made this interview about this. This was a very complicated and super sharp line of the English opening. when Harika said that probably she mixed up her preparation with white, and Anna had the chance to get at least some slight advantage without risk. But for some reasons, maybe she got confused, and we don't know exactly the reason, and played another move, and instead of being at least slightly better, she was clearly worse. And then after this, Harika showed very good technique.
And then Zhansaya won her second game against Mariya.
Yeah, this was also a very good positional technical game. Out of the opening, she was slightly better, and in some modern opening line of the Rosolimo. And afterwards, she displayed very good technique.
Yeah, so let's have a look at the rankings. As I mentioned, Alexandra is still leading with 7.5 points. Then there is Humpy with 6.5. Nana with 6 points. Dronavalli with 5.5. And then we have 5 points for Zhansaya, Elisabeth and Zhongyi. 4.5 points for Jiner and Mariya. 4 points for Alina. 3.5 points for Anna and 3 points for Dinara. So what do you think?
Yeah, I still think there will be some fighting games last round. I think especially Humpy, of course, will absolutely try to win. While, yeah, it's the question whether Jiner will take a big fight against Alexandra. I mean, of course, she knows that Alexandra most probably will be extremely happy with a draw. Whether she will take some risks and press her, or she says, okay, it's enough for me. Also understandable. But anyway, there's the 30 move rule, so they have to play 30 move before agreeing a draw. But of course, there are some variations that you can choose with white with a very high probability. But I think there will be fighting games tomorrow in the last round.
For sure. So tomorrow is the last round, and we will already start at 1 p.m.
Yeah, that's important.
Yeah, so don't miss this. And then we will find out who will be the big winner of this tournament.
So stay tuned. Hope you see us tomorrow, and we wish you a very nice evening, or depending on your time zone, maybe a good start into the day.
Tschüss.
Bye.